from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump heads back into a disaster zone. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio, as the President and First Lady are set to touch down shortly in Kerrville, Texas, to meet with first responders who are in some cases still searching for the missing. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines here in Washington. Kaylee, this will not be the first time the president has had this particular duty. He waited days so as to not interrupt with what's happening on the ground there. It's still a lot of questions about the recovery effort that's underway.
Yeah, keeping in mind that there are roughly 170 people still missing that are being searched for. And of course, the president's visit is, we expect him to meet with state and local officials, do a roundtable with them later on this afternoon, comes at a time where those very same local officials are under some scrutiny as to whether or not enough notice was given to those in these areas before the severe flooding came in. A lot of questions, of course, accompany this visit, including whether or not the president is going to change his stance when it comes to the future of FEMA, which is currently on the ground in Texas, helping the state with the aftermath here.
It's a great point you make, and it does seem to be an administration that's changing its tune slightly on that. I suspect we'll hear from the president on FEMA if he's asked today. And as far as enhancements when it comes to safety and warning, there is a special legislative session coming up in Texas, and there's a call by the governor now to install flood alarms along with other systems in that part of the state. Kaylee, the president telling NBC News that he would support such a move. We could hear more about that when they are on the ground. They're due to arrive any time now in Texas.
Yeah, and speaking of what the president said to NBC News, he also suggested in that interview that he could be lifting global tariffs on our trading partners to the ballpark of 15 to 20%, up from the current 10% baseline, as he's floating now a 35% tariff on Canadian imports effective August 1st. So we'll get the latest on trade as well this hour. But we begin, as always, with a check on the market. So for those, let's turn to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lines. Right now, we do have the S&P, the Dow. They're both trading negative, but NASDAQ just turning higher right now, briefly back in the green. Little changed, up by just about half a point. The S&P 500 index down 17, now down 0.3%. Stocks slipping from records as President Trump intensifies his trade offensive. The Dow down 305, now down 0.7%. But again, keeping it all in context, S&P down by 0.8%. NASDAQ back in the red right now, little change, down a point. 10-year yield at 4.41%, with a 2-year that's currently yielding 3.89%. Gold is up $28 the ounce. Spot gold 33.52, up 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.5%. 68.27 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin, big story there. Another record, surging 3.4% with a $117,000 handle right now on Bitcoin. Earnings coming up next week. Banks will be front and center. All kicks off on Tuesday. Yes, complete coverage on Bloomberg television and radio. JP Morgan Chase among the first out of the gate, down 0.5% right now. Citigroup also reporting Tuesday, down 0.6%. Wells Fargo right now down by 0.1%. So again, recapping tariffs front and center on this Friday. S&P down 16, down 0.3%. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, many thanks as ever. We'll get back to Charlie a bit later on this hour to check on the Friday trade. Sliding our way into the weekend here on Wall Street. Some of that, as Charlie mentions, has to do with tariffs. We're going to get to that in a moment as President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump make their way to Texas. This is going to occupy a good part of the afternoon here as we follow the president on his travels. He'll be meeting with first responders and others impacted by the terrible and deadly flooding of last weekend. It has been still less than a week since this occurred. And Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall brings us up to date on the president's travels today. She's live on the North Lawn at the White House. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe, we are expecting President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump to touch down any moment now, really, in Texas, as they're going to tour this damage and then also, as you mentioned, hold this roundtable with first responders and local officials, as the latest estimates confirm that at least 120 people have died because of the tragic floodings, and 170 people are believed to still be missing. The White House is really billing this as showing solidarity between the federal and the state government when it comes to the response and the assistance that we are seeing on the ground. For example, example, we are expecting the Department of Homeland Security Secretary to be there alongside Texas Governor Greg Abbott and the 2 Republican senators that represent the state in Congress, Senator Ted Cruz and Senator John Cornyn. Of course, as you were discussing at the top of the program, it does come against a backdrop about questions around the future of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, considering that the administration has previously suggested overhauling it or abolishing it completely through some sort of executive order or action, often aligning that view with this idea that this would be a way to streamline government and give power back to the states when it does come to the immediate response to these disasters. Now, there was a report from the Washington Post earlier today that is reporting the administration is moving away from plans to abolish the agency through any sort of executive action. Instead, their reporting indicates that this is going to be built more as a rebranding, in their words, to give more of a highlight to what the state response and how officials are going to respond to natural disasters on the ground there. The White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about the future of FEMA earlier in the week, and she didn't give any firm answer, but she did say that the administration will work to ensure that Americans receive assistance, whether that be state or federal assistance, wherever it is needed. We should say, of course, as you both know, FEMA has really been a chronically underfunded agency, something that really has plagued both Republican and Democratic administrations due to a range of issues, including the congressional funding cycle. Joe and Kaylee.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the North Lawn of the White House. Thank you so much. And I would note that the president on Air Force One has just touched down. We do have wheels down now. He and the First Lady arriving in Texas. Of course, if we get any remarks from him on route to the damaged area in and around Kerrville, we'll, of course, bring you them live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. But when the president was departing, Joe, not only was he talking about the tragedy in Texas, he also, on his way out of D.C., was fielding questions from reporters around his most recent tariff threat issued last night, a letter addressed to Canada, and specifically Prime Minister Mark Carney. 35% tariff rate on all Canadian goods is what Canada is now facing, down higher, of course, than the current 25% rate would be effective August 1st. And the reason why, according to the president, is still because of fentanyl. So we want to get into this now with Adam Ferrer. He's Bloomberg Economics Senior Economics Analyst. Specifically looking at the Asia Pacific, which of course we have trading partners in that region as well who have received letters such as these. But those letters, Adam, were different when we think about what Japan or South Korea, or frankly, most of the other 20-something countries who have received letters got. And he's talked about trade deficits and unfair trade, tariff and non-tariff barriers. With Brazil, it's the treatment of former President Bolsonaro, and with Canada, it's fentanyl. There's a difference with these two most recent letters.
There absolutely is, right? The first simply being that neither Canada nor Brazil was receiving reciprocal tariffs as a threat, right? Mm-hmm. And Canada being one of America's largest trading partners, a USMCA partner, has sat alongside Mexico as kind of a separate discussion since the start of the tariff negotiations and kind of the tariff threats at the beginning of the Trump administration. I think what we've seen so far with this recent letter, which I'll admit caught us slightly by surprise for the aforementioned reasons, is just another potential use of tariff threats as leverage, likely in ongoing negotiations. We've already seen slight escalations over the past couple weeks, with Canada moving out its digital services agreement and prompting the president to threaten even higher tariffs if that wasn't rescinded. And so Canada backed down on that. And so while this letter emerges as an interesting data point, it doesn't really change the conversation. And I think we saw from Prime Minister Mark Carney not a desire to kind of take the bait, right? He had a cautious response, basically arguing that he would defend Canada but continue negotiations, again, with all eyes on August 1st or whenever really the president decides to follow through with the tariff itself.
Carney had his own self-imposed deadline of July 21 to have a new economic partnership announced with the United States. I guess that's out the window here. This new tariff would kick in August 1st, right? It's actually not in effect yet. So what happens in the meantime? If this is a negotiating tool that would explain the anvil dropping out of the sky with no warning yesterday, Carney gets something less than 35%, and it looks like he got a good deal.
So I'm not sure the Canadians would see it that way.
Yeah.
But again, taking a step back, the reality is that Canada sits in its own class. Mm-hmm. The first thing being clear is that the administration, after releasing this letter yesterday, did clarify that goods that receive an exception under USMCA are still exempt, right? And current numbers put the amount of trade that is exempt currently at around 60%. And there's a chance it's going to go even higher with companies looking to find ways in their supply chains to modify a little bit, change some of their inputs, and also just simply do the paperwork to prove that these goods qualify. So Canada has a lot more room there than I think people give them credit for. And the question continues to be, what is the president willing to give and what is Canada willing to accept? The odds of a deal before August 1st will depend entirely on that question, and we simply just don't know. And I don't think the dates themselves matter. It's a question of what the president wants to do.
Well, and of course, the president doesn't just want things from Canada. There's, again, numbers of countries who have received letters such as these. And the president suggesting yesterday that he could be looking at tariffing most of our trading partners at between 15 and 20% when the current baseline is 10. Adam, what difference would that incremental 5 to 10% make if it becomes reality?
So the first thing is, I think when we go back and listen to part of that conversation he had with NBC, it is unclear whether he is laying out a new policy proposal or actually just kind of riffing on the question of what else they're going to do on tariffs. The president has on several occasions, particularly when he's talked about what he's going to do about that long list of remaining countries, thrown out lots of proposals, including the letters that we've started to see. So keeping that in mind and the idea that it's unclear that this is a real change, the reality is, though, that even if he were to roll out 15 or let's just call it 20% tariffs on the remaining countries that haven't received letters so far, the impact, at least on average U.S. reciprocal, the average tariff from the United States is quite marginal because the amount of imports from those countries is relatively small. Now, I would say that Nigeria or other countries that would be impacted, I'm sure would feel otherwise, but at least from the U.S. perspective and broader trade, it would be not as consequential.
Adam, thank you. Great analysis from Adam Farrer, Bloomberg Economics Senior Geoeconomics Analyst. You heard about the tomato tariffs, Kaylee?
Yeah, they're coming.
17% Mexican tomatoes starting Monday. So start stockpiling the salsa, I guess. Congresswoman Gwen Moore is watching all of this from her perch in Wisconsin's 4th District. The Democratic Congresswoman is with us right now live on Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to see you, Representative Moore. Welcome back. Are you stockpiling tomatoes ahead of next week? How do we deal with these tariffs?
Well, I tell you, I do have a tomato plant outside my back door, just in case.
You're doing it right, apparently. How concerned are you about the impact this could have on Wisconsin, of course, a major agriculture state, a major dairy state, as we enter a whole new level of trade war, it seems, with Canada?
Well, of course, I'm very concerned. Years ago, I asked my youngest granddaughter where food came from, and she said, pick and save. So I got worried then. You know, the whole food supply chain is going to be disrupted. Everything from farmers planting their foods to actually people who will need and rely on SNAP. And so this will affect grocers, people who have jobs bagging groceries, the inflation, the cost of groceries, and our farmers. And the only way that this president seems to be able to address these things is to try to provide a subsidy for agriculture workers, or to declare that he is not going to deport Mexican migrants who might be working as agricultural workers. This is a real big stretch in terms of saving our economy and lowering costs.
Well, Congresswoman, I would mention, and our audience on Bloomberg TV as well as on YouTube can see this now, President Trump has just landed in Texas alongside First Lady Melania Trump. They, of course, are now heading into the helicopter, and they'll begin viewing some of the damaged areas in and around Kerrville, Texas, from last weekend's devastating floods. When we consider, Congresswoman, the future of FEMA, knowing President Trump has up until recently called for essentially its dismantling and sending that responsibility back to the states, do you believe that that policy pursuit is one that he will still actively pursue, or could this disaster actually spell a second chance for FEMA as it currently stands?
Well, I guess I wish I could predict what President Trump was going to do, because I would not have predicted that FEMA would have been destroyed when we have seen time and again, whether you believe in climate change or not, the environment be shifty, cause tornadoes, all kinds of 500-year weather conditions. And surprise, surprise, this storm was yet another aggression on the part of Mother Nature and a warning not to dismantle emergency services. I heard President Trump say, I wouldn't have even blamed Joe Biden for this. But I'm telling you that there's nothing like preparedness and nothing like being able to reach people on several different platforms to warn them to escape. And so I think that it's fine for him to be there with his wife. That's where any president should be. And maybe it's better late than never. But I think that the agony and misery of this community is going to continue long after the cameras are gone and long after Air Force One leaves.
Well, it is pretty heartbreaking to consider 170 people still missing, Congresswoman. Texas is one of many states that has seen an influx in ICE raids. Of course, Texas is a border state and is no stranger to immigration security here. But I want to ask you about some of the raids that we have been seeing, in many cases by unmarked and masked individuals who are purportedly with ICE, or sometimes it's hard to tell, Border Patrol, Department of Homeland Security. You just signed a letter urging ICE to not deport undocumented victims of crime. Did you hear a response from the federal government, from the administration on this? Is there anything your office can do to help them?
No, the response is hopefully forthcoming. There's nothing more frightening to me than think of someone throwing a bag over my head and dragging me away. This is so un-American to not announce which law enforcement agent you are, demonstrating your badge number and that you have the authority to take people into custody. This is very chilling. And I think it's being done deliberately to replicate the tactics of authoritarian regimes. This is totally unacceptable, and it defies people's, I'm not an attorney, but I would think that if you need a warrant, you would at least need to disclose who you are as a law enforcement person. This is totally unacceptable.
Well, Congressman, when we consider ICE will be getting more funding along with Customs and Border Patrol due to the One Big Beautiful Bill that just passed and all the various components in it, with the passage of that bill, with the potential passage of now a rescissions package that could very well happen in the Senate, do Democrats have any incentive to deal with Republicans for a government funding deal?
Well, we always have an incentive to do our job if we're allowed to do our job. You know, the thing about the package now is that it's the largest border bill that we have seen in history. And I don't know that it's always directed at the right equipment. Democrats have long been for more electronic surveillance, more human beings to actually evaluate and separate the sheep from the goat, as it were, at the border. We have always erred on the side of more border security, but the building the optics of, putting people, surrounding them by alligators. This is a costly. It costs so much money to, the optics. Like Alcatraz, for example, it costs more money than it's worth in terms of incarcerating people. I think that the overkill is not only bad for people's personal rights, but for our budget.
All right, Congresswoman, we appreciate your time. As always, Democratic Congresswoman Gwen Moore, representing Wisconsin's 4th District, here with us on Balance of Power. And we'll have much more still ahead as we assemble our political panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will be with us to talk more about that rescissions package I was alluding to. Unclear if it'll pass in the Senate, and if it does, what consequence that may have. That conversation still ahead right here on the Friday edition on Bloomberg TV and radio.
121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we've got NASDAQ higher, the S&P and the Dow. They are both trading lower. Stocks slipping from records as President Trump intensifies his trade offensive. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio for the latest on any trade developments, with the S&P right now down 14, 62.66, down 0.2%. The S&P on track for a losing week. The Dow down 281 now, down 0.6%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index higher by 13, up by about 0.1%. The 10-year, 4.41%. The 2-year, 3.89%. Gold up $28 the ounce, 33.52. Precious metal up 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude 68.40 a barrel, up 2.8%. And a major move now for Bitcoin, up 3.5% at 117,625. Bitcoin trading at a record. Sources tell Bloomberg Performance Food Group has attracted takeover interest from U.S. Foods Holding Corp., a potential deal that would create a food distribution company with combined sales of roughly $100 billion. Shares of Performance, they're up by 5%. U.S. Food right now up by 0.2%. Balance of Power continues now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Haley Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York checking on the markets for us. Thank you so much. The markets, of course, reacting in part to one Truth Social post we've gotten from the president in the last 24 hours, of course, threatening higher tariffs on Canada, specifically of 35%. But, of course, his musings on social media have not stopped there, as he also issued a warning to Republicans on Capitol Hill, saying in Truth Social, it is very important that all Republicans adhere to my rescissions bill. Remember, this is a $9 billion package intended to claw back funding that Congress had already agreed to spend. He says, quote, in particular, defund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, PBS and NPR, which is worse than CNN and MSDNC put together. Goes on to say, any Republican that votes to allow this monstrosity to continue broadcasting will not have my support or endorsement. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And Joe, a threat to not support those who do not vote for this really puts a focus on some Senate Republicans who have indicated they aren't super comfortable voting for this package.
As we've suggested more than once, the likes of Mike Rounds, other Republicans who are in rural areas are concerned that a lifeline for emergency information and news could go away here. A lot of these stations do, in some cases, carry material from National Public Radio, which is what they're talking about, but they also have homegrown newsrooms. And after what we're seeing today with the president touring this disaster area in Texas, it does make you wonder if it's worth eliminating them. But this is an easy target, and we talk about defunding NPR and PBS on the regular. The question is, will Democrats be on board? Probably not. Republicans may not be either, though, which is where you're going.
Yeah, but to your point on Democrats, if Republicans ultimately can get enough votes together in order to pass this rescissions package, it could very well complicate efforts to reach an appropriations deal, which is going to require bipartisan compromise. You need Democrats to go along in the U.S. Senate. And the question many Democrats are asking is, why would we do so if you might just recant on the deal and claw back the funding later? Let's
see where the panel's thinking is on this right now as we assemble our panel for this Friday edition. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick and Jeannie, you're more than familiar with this debate, and we've been getting to this the last couple of days. I just wonder, Rick, at this point, is $9.4 billion worth blowing up a budget deal on, realizing that we've got a fiscal year starting on September 30th. Is it worth it for John Thune to go through with this?
Yeah, look, I think this is all in the context of a much bigger issue. No, $9.4 billion is a nothing burger in government, but this was specifically put together, this package, to highlight, as you pointed out earlier, issues like NPR that Republicans like to rail against. So it's kind of the best possible package of its size. But this is all about the executive branch taking control of the budget that is normally held in Congress. Kayleigh was right. 60 votes to pass an appropriations budget, right? One that the government has that Congress has been forced to do in a bipartisan way to get to those 60 votes. But then to do these rescissions, it only takes 51 votes, or even 50 with the vice president voting a break a tie. So the president's trying to basically reset that clock and say, you know what, you can do all you want to do on a budget bill, but I'm then going to take just Republicans and skinny it down. We used to call this a balanced budget amendment, right? Where we would say the president should be able to strike things. And that's in essence what he's trying to do. So he can get rid of the same issues that the Congress has had to grapple with 50 votes that they've required 60. And that is more about Democrats and Republicans, because Democrats have to go along if they want to get a budget bill for Congress for the federal budget, but then they can be cut out in the process of doing these rescission bills. And so they see flashing red lights all related to this little $9 billion time bomb sitting in Congress.
So then what are Democrats to do, Jeannie?
Well, you know, Rick is right. This is very much akin to what we used to have, which was the line item veto. That was taken away. The Supreme Court said it is unconstitutional. And this is another way to get to the same end. And it is putting Democrats in a very, very difficult position. Number one, when Chuck Schumer went along last year or several months ago with helping the Republicans keep the government open, he was lambasted for that. Their base under no circumstances wants them to aid and abet, as they see it, Republicans in anything they're doing. And so that is going to be pushing on them very, very hard. And on the other hand, this is a party and many members who have always said, don't allow a government shutdown. It's not good politics or good policy. And of course, what does it say to Democrats that they vote for something that can then in just a few months be clawed back in this manner, and particularly things that are near and dear to them, like, and many of us, like public broadcasting or PEPFAR. So it's a very difficult position for Democrats to be in. And I would just add, with the president down in Texas at this very minute, does any of that reality change his view on this longstanding commitment from Project 2025 and elsewhere about rural communication as it pertains to public media? I hope it does. I will be curious to see what he says after touring that devastated area.
Yeah, same here, Jeannie. It's a great point, although I'll tell you, I mean, this is something that goes around Republicans and Democrats. Rick, the line item veto, remember, this was something that Bill Clinton used to talk about all the time. Does it take Donald Trump to bring it back?
I think this is basically the line item veto in absentia, right? Republicans too. John McCain was a big fan of line item veto. Supreme Court says you can't do it, and at least not the way it was constructed when we tried to pass laws around it. And so what this basically does is give the president a line item veto, and yet all he needs in this case is Republicans to give it to him when he passes that back as a rescissions package. And remember, this is $9 billion of $150 billion worth of rescissions that they have loaded up in Stephen Miller and Russ Vought's gun in the White House, ready to punch through the minute they get a green light that something like this can pass. Even the White House didn't give this much credibility to say, there's no way Congress is going to let us do this because it takes away their authority. And yet we are only a week away from seeing the United States Senate either do nothing and kill the bill or pass this and give the White House basically control over the budget process.
Well, Rick, I'm glad you mentioned Russ Vought, because he, of course, gave an extensive interview on another network earlier today, in part talking about this rescissions package and the desire to defund things like PBS. But he also talked about an investigation the OMB is now opening into specifically the Federal Reserve and Chairman Jerome Powell over the cost of the remodel of the Fed building here in Washington. This is what he said.
This is about the renovations that are occurring, the extent to which they are largesse. The cost that we're talking about is now $2.5 billion. If you look at the actual Palace of Versailles, if you were to update those figures for where we, in modern numbers, it would be $3 billion. The Capitol was about $2.5 billion.
actually making those comments to reporters outside the North Lawn of the White House. But Jeannie, as we consider this kind of investigation into the cost of the renovation, into the chair of the Federal Reserve, which I would keep in mind, Pulte has, the FHFA has also called for, and the Judiciary Chair of the House, Jim Jordan, suggested to Joe and I earlier, just about a week ago, that he would be considering a congressional investigation as well, or at least looking at that. Is that the way to put the pressure on the chair of the Federal Reserve, who the president at this point has said he's not going to outright fire, but just a different way to make life uncomfortable as he pushes for lower rates?
Yeah, I never considered the Fed chair a Palace of Versailles guy myself. Listening to Russ Vought, he said this many times. I think what we're seeing is an extension of the attacks that the president has been making against the Fed chair for a long time. We know that he has this nickname for him. We know he would like to remove him. He has said he won't do that early, likely because of the impact on the market. And what we're seeing, I think, is a real, concerted move forward on that, with other members of the administration going on the attack in other ways. And Russ Vought is a good example of this. It does put pressure on the chair, whether that pressure amounts to anything, whether we see him change his mind or take different actions, or whether they are angling to see if there is indeed a way to get him out early, which is what the president would like. And we know there's nothing that Russ Vought and many members of this administration want to do more than please the president. And at this point, I would say removal of Jerome Powell is one thing that would really excite Donald Trump. And I think we're seeing people angling for a way to do that. And this is one way.
It's hard to tell exactly what's going on inside that building, Rick. Russ Vought said in a letter to the Fed chair that there were plans for the project, including rooftop terrace gardens, VIP private dining rooms and elevators, water features, premium marble, and much more. Sounds pretty nice. Powell, in recent testimony, responded to this. He said, there's no VIP dining room, there's no new marble, there are no special elevators, no new water features. He said there's no beehives, no roof terrace gardens. I have to admit, this sounds like something that would be on brand for the Trump White House. The president just a couple of days ago was pointing out all the new gilding that went into the Oval Office and the cabinet room. What seems to be the problem with this?
Yeah, hard to imagine that anybody from this White House would complain about the sprucing up of a federal building. Look, this is all just an effort to try and jam the chairman. And look, my mama always taught me you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. And I guess I got a different mama than Donald Trump, because he has made it harder for him to get a cut in the discount rate than or the interest rate than he otherwise would have had if he'd done nothing. He's making it almost impossible for the chairman of the Fed to lower rates, because it looks like a capitulation. Give him a day off.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Was that a veiled reference back to the bees that do or do not?
That was pretty good.
Yeah. Honey?
Maybe they need a beehive on.
Our political panel here on Balance of Power on this Friday. Thank you so much. We'll be back for more here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:41 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg Developing Story. Right now we have got shares of Kraft Heinz advancing by 3%. According to the Wall Street Journal, Kraft Heinz said to be eyeing a big breakup. It's said to be eyeing the spinning off a chunk of its grocery business, and Kraft Heinz split could be finalized in coming weeks. So again, this all according to reporting from the Wall Street Journal. But bottom line, market reaction. Kraft Heinz shares, they're up now by 2.4%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now. Stocks slipping from records as President Trump intensifies his trade offensive. We've got the S&P down 18 to 62.62, drop right now of 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 278 on the Dow, a drop of 0.6%. And NASDAQ down 13 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a decline of 0.1%. On a down day for the rest of the market, we do have the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index advancing by 0.4%. NVIDIA up right now by 1.1%. The 10-year 4.41% with the 2-year 3.89%. Gold up $28 the ounce, $33.52. That is a gain of 0.9%. Crude West Texas Intermediate up 2.8%, $68.44 a barrel, and Bitcoin now up 3.3% at $117,300. GE Vernova is going to pay $10.5 million to the island community of Nantucket after one of its offshore wind turbine blades broke into pieces and washed ashore last year. GE Vernova shares down now by just about 0.6%. Again, we're monitoring a developing story right now. Kraft Heinz said to be eyeing a big breakup, that according to the Wall Street Journal. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet monitoring the markets for us here on Balance of Power. Thank you so much. Meantime, Joe Matthew and myself are monitoring the activity in Kerrville, Texas, where, of course, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump are visiting today in the aftermath of the devastating floods that have claimed at least 120 lives. We're going to check in with our colleague, Bloomberg's Texas Bureau Chief Julie Fine, in just a moment. But we also wanted to focus on a subject area the president actually spoke about with reporters before departing Washington for Texas. He was talking about immigration, Joe, and a direct quote from the president in his remarks this morning: "We're getting the criminals out, and we're getting them out fast." Now, as we know, a lot of the people who have been arrested as part of these efforts in the administration to arrest and deport people do not necessarily have criminal records, and also their means at getting to these people have frequently been to raid workplaces.
That's true, and this has been a byproduct of Stephen Miller's urging of ICE and immigration officials to increase the number of detentions per week, per month, that are still running below what we saw in the Biden and Obama administrations. There was a big raid yesterday, Kaylee, California, in which tear gas was sprayed at protesters. They were going after a cannabis grow facility, I guess, in Southern California. Footage taken that we've taken a look at show them executing criminal search warrants. They say they got 10 juveniles, 8 of them unaccompanied, found at one of the facilities raided, that all of them were in the country illegally. When we talk about these raids, we discussed this earlier in the hour with Congresswoman Gwen Moore. In many cases, these agents are masked and are wearing plain clothes, making it very confusing for the people who are there. You see a call on social media, citizens come protect the immigrants who are being targeted, and things get pretty ugly pretty quick. And it's part of the conversation that we wanted to have with Wendy Edelberg, who's a senior fellow in economic studies at the Brookings Institution, former chief economist, incidentally, at the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office. We could talk about a couple of things here with Wendy. Welcome. It's good to see you as we consider the impact that this policy is having on our workforce and our economy. When you hear stories like this, the chill could go much further than the people who were at that site. What does that mean for workers?
Absolutely. I mean, so let me first say, I'm coming at this as an economist. That's my lane.
Understood.
So I'll talk about the economic effects, but I think those are dwarfed by just the visceral effect as an American looking at these images. I think that effect is far more important and far bigger than I think what's going to sound like pretty modest economic effects that I'm about to discuss. So with some colleagues, we put out a report not so long ago where we think that it's more than likely that as a result of this immigration policy, we will have negative net migration, which is to say more people leaving the country than entering the country this year for the first time in many decades. And that's going to mean a smaller economy, and that's going to mean a labor market with numbers that are going to be not so recognizable, really startling labor market numbers as we go forward.
Well, and we've seen that in the past several jobs reports when we're thinking of the share of the foreign-born workforce. That number is going down, and it's going down substantially, raising the question of who replaces those workers. Wendy, who does, who can, who's willing to?
So let's first step back a bit and talk about what's probably happening in the labor market right now. So I appreciate that the published statistics are showing things about, share of foreign born and the like. Those statistics, while, I don't mean to impugn them at all, these are large changes that are happening right now, and those statistics are probably not fully catching up with what's happening. My guess, my analysis suggests that the surge in immigration over the past few years is actually still pushing up labor supply. And the reason I say that is because there's a big swath of immigrants that are new to this country that are eligible to apply for work permits. And we have seen a surge in those work permit applications. And while approval rates are down, like for example, between April and May, this administration approved almost 700,000 work permits for recent immigrants. And so I think one of the reasons that we've seen such strong employment numbers over the past few months, on average 150,000, I think that is because labor supply is still being pushed up by the recent surge in immigration, but we can't ride that wave forever, and we're probably just about at the moment that increase in labor supply comes to an end, and we start seeing payroll employment numbers that are closer to like 30,000 a month.
Really?
10,000 a month. In a year or so, we could start seeing payroll employment numbers that are negative, and that will be like a healthy, sustainable, full employment labor market, just with declining labor supply and so declining employment.
So what does that mean for participation and the unemployment rate?
So there's going to be some near-term gyrations.
A year from now, though, to your point, if we're in a negative growth on payrolls, what's the rest of the job market look like?
So I think the rest of this is going to be the cognitive dissonance, the thing that's going to be really hard about understanding the labor market that this policy has created. It could well be that we have a healthy labor market, an unemployment rate that starts with a 4.
Starts with a 4.
Starts with a 4. It could be a nice, healthy labor market, but just we have a shrinking labor supply, and that just means shrinking employment. There are other economies.
Are wages through the roof in that world?
For a time, I think that there will be near-term gyrations. We're going to see stronger wage growth in some occupations, stronger wage growth in the agricultural sector, stronger wage growth for home health workers. But I think other parts of the economy, and particularly some cities, some areas, are actually going to see big reductions in consumer demand. We're already seeing this in some areas where we're seeing, big raids on immigrant communities. And businesses there are complaining that they're seeing much less demand for their products. Those businesses are going to lower their prices. They're going to lay off workers, and you're going to have deflationary effects.
Wow. I want to focus on the labor supply issue you're referring to, because we know there are people on the sidelines in this. That's why we don't have a full labor market participation. The Ag Secretary, Brooke Rollins, suggested in an interview this week that if you take the agricultural sector, for example, and the workforce that may be lost by migrants, that there are people who could replace those workers, people who need to work in order to be eligible for Medicaid. Do you expect that actually is a dynamic that will take place, that kind of changes to how you're able to access Medicaid could bring people off the sidelines?
So it's the theory of the case. I mean, I'll say there's a lot of economic analysis that suggests that if you make people poor enough and desperate enough, they will work. So I get it. If we decimate the safety net, we will increase labor supply. I don't know that it will happen nearly enough to replace the, hundreds of thousands of immigrants that we're talking about no longer being in this country or not coming. And I'll also say one of the reasons why I'm skeptical that this will be a huge effect is that the labor market has been quite strong for some time. And it has been a pretty good time to get a job. And we've seen stronger labor force participation among some groups, but not those groups have actually largely been women who have increased their labor force participation rates. There's some excellent work coming out of the Hamilton Project at Brookings showing that labor force participation among women has been particularly strong. Even this strong labor market has not been enough to get these prime age men off the sidelines. So I'm not sure that incrementally stronger wage growth is going to have some cataclysmic effect. But yes, if you make people desperate enough, they will work.
All right, Wendy, really great to have you. Appreciate the conversation. Wendy Edelberg, Senior Fellow in Economic Studies at the Brookings Institution and former Chief Economist at the Congressional Budget Office, here with us in Washington. Much appreciate the time. Of course, no longer in Washington, at least for the remainder of the afternoon, is President Trump, who departed Washington earlier today and has actually just touched down via Marine One after Air Force One landed in Texas earlier in Kerrville, Texas, where he will be surveying some of the damage in areas affected by last week's devastating flooding. And of course, we'll be meeting with state and local officials, participating in a roundtable this afternoon in the aftermath of this tragedy, with more than 170 people still unaccounted for. We want to get the latest and turn to our Texas bureau chief. Bloomberg's Julie Fine is joining us from Dallas. So, Julie, just walk us through, if you could, what we expect to see from President Trump's visit this afternoon.
Well, you already saw him with the governor, with the senators, clearly trying to show unity in this situation. Now he'll sit down with a roundtable and he's going to get a briefing, and he's really going to learn firsthand. I mean, he's gotten the briefings at the White House. He's gotten the briefings from FEMA. He's gotten all these briefings, but he's going to really sit down and get a real look into what's happening in Texas and what's going to happen for a long time forward. This cleanup should take a very, very long time. A disaster declaration was declared for several surrounding counties today as well. He's going to really see the work ahead. Then he will go and actually tour the damaged site, which, you know, the media's been through now. You've seen it from the air as well. It's devastating. You will see cabins. You will see really debris that a human being is very hard to fathom. So that's what's ahead today.
You wonder exactly how that's going to affect the president and the first lady, for that matter, when they see it, Julie. There has been a call for flood alarms to be put in this area. It's not the first time we've heard this, but Governor Abbott, who I know you're in contact with, is calling for this to be adopted during a special legislative session. President Trump telling NBC News he supports that. Will it happen?
I think it will happen in this session. I mean, I think there will be a little back and forth with the details involved with it and the actual funding of it. But when you have the governor and the lieutenant governor on record saying, we are going to get this done, you have lawmakers in just about a week now, it will be very difficult for them not to take some very serious action in the aftermath of this.
Well, and when we consider the aftermath of this and how it's going to inform policy decisions, not just in Texas, but federally going forward, Julie, as we have questions around what the administration's intention is when it comes to FEMA, is there a sense in Texas that this, the aftermath of this could be properly managed by the state alone, or is it necessary that FEMA is on the ground there right now?
Well, I'm certain that they want FEMA here right now. I mean, I saw a local official the other day saying simply, anybody that wants to be here that can volunteer and help, we want you here. So certainly FEMA being here is going to help in the aftermath. You have to look at, Joe and Kaylee, how much money and support is going to be needed for such a long period of time. I mean, the Hill Country is an extremely popular destination for people in the summer, but there are also people that live there. There's also an economy. It's 55,000 people, so obviously not a huge city, but there's an economy there that is going to need to be rebuilt essentially outside of the city. So FEMA definitely will be needed. I imagine the governor will be reaching out as well. Now, Texas does have a very large response. Sadly, this is a state that's had to really manage quite a few of these type of tornado type rain situations because of the weather here and the topography.
Julie, thank you so much for the great reporting. Our Texas Bureau Chief, Julie Fine, the president will be there for about 3 hours soon to sit down at a roundtable with first responders. We'll keep tabs on it. We'll have a lot more for you in the late edition of Balance of Power. That starts at 5 p.m. Eastern. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And good afternoon, everyone, live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily on this Friday, July 11th, 2025. I'm Tim Stenivek, along with Bloomberg News Equities reporter Nora Melinda. She is in for Carol Vassar this afternoon. Nora, we are off of all-time highs thanks to some concerns about trade.
Most definitely. I mean, I think that's really what's been the focus this entire week. The headlines can't stop. But what's interesting to me, the S&P 500, the worst performing sector right now, is healthcare.
Well, we got a healthcare story coming up at 4:40. That's called a deep tease. Coming up, though, over this hour, trade certainly front and center. Josh Wingrove going to be joining us in just a few minutes. He's our senior White House correspondent. Also focused on how Vietnam was caught off guard by President Trump's recent announcement about a so-called trade deal with the country. Also, is there, quote, complacency in the market like Jamie Dimon said yesterday, Nora?
I mean, there could be. Let's see what people are saying here.
Also coming up, speaking of stocks, we're going to speak to the CFO of Levi's as shares surge post-earnings.
And an update on the war in Ukraine as President Trump teases a major announcement.
All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Good day to you both. We are looking at gains right now for the NASDAQ Composite Index, while a slump for both the Dow and also for the S&P 500 Index. So here's where we stand right to the numbers here. S&P down 13, now down 0.2%. NASDAQ, though, swinging between gains and losses, looking at an 8-point gain right now. We've got the Dow down 252, drop there of 0.6%. Stocks slipping from records as President Trump intensifies his trade offensive. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, on a down day for much of the market, is gaining by 0.5%. NVIDIA pushing higher as well, up now by 1.2%. 10-year 4.41%, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.89%. Gold up $30 a ounce. Spot gold up 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%, 68.47 a barrel. In the meantime, we've got Bitcoin surging another 3.7%, a record there at $117,750. Briefly, ExxonMobil borrowing crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve due to quality issues in crude supplies coming from the Gulf of Mexico. And Kraft Heinz said to be preparing to split off a chunk of its grocery business into a new entity, that according to the Wall Street Journal, citing sources. Recapping, S&P down 13, drop there of 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. One thing I will add that we are paying attention to this afternoon is President Trump's schedule. We are expecting to hear from the president as he tours the devastation in Texas. When we do hear from the president, we'll bring you those comments live as soon as he does start to speak. In the meantime, I mentioned trade certainly front and center. It's front and center for markets because President Trump threatened a 35% tariff on some Canadian goods. He also raised the prospect of increasing tariffs on most other countries, ramping up his trade rhetoric and comments that weighed on stocks and boosted the dollar today. Separately, our Bloomberg News team was the first to report that Vietnam's leadership was caught off guard by the president's announcement of a 20% tariff. That's according to people familiar with the matter, and that the country is looking to negotiate down that rate. Josh Wingrove is a part of the team that had the exclusive. He's Bloomberg News senior White House correspondent. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Josh, I want to start with this Vietnam story because the president announced last week that Vietnam had agreed to a 20% tariff. Did this come as a surprise to the leaders of Vietnam?
It seems to have come as a surprise to them, and it seems that this deal that the president announced is actually maybe a little bit closer to these tariff letters in that there's a unilateral element to it. It looks like the Vietnamese were hoping for a number, several points below that one, and the number 20 caught them off guard. Our colleagues there are saying that this deal, or if we're calling it that, this announcement of the president, the U.S. president, has not been amplified by Vietnamese state media particularly heavily. So it remains a little bit unclear. Now, remember, this is the only deal with one of the countries that was facing a potential tariff hike this week, about the nearly 6 countries. He also has sort of a framework deal with the UK itself, had some questions. And of course, they've got that deal with China to essentially keep talking. So, the deals just really aren't materializing. Now, Trump himself has said he's not particularly stressed about that because he simply wants to set unilateral rates anyway. So whether he'll do that or not, we will see. But there have been a lot of developments here on trade this week in the past 48 hours or so. But the Vietnam one is a reminder that even the things that they do announce as deals come with all kinds of caveats on them.
Definitely a lot of news that we're getting this week as it pertains to tariffs. But Vietnam here, can you just put into context here for our viewers, how big of a trading partner are they for the United States?
They're a major trading partner in the United States, and they were sort of a bellwether because there have been long-standing, and I mean pre-Trump administration and bipartisan concerns about what's called transshipment, essentially the Chinese routing stuff through Vietnam to get around whatever tariffs are applied to China. So they were sort of a test case. Hey, how are you going to deal with this? And what Trump announced was essentially a double tariff for trans-shipped goods and this 20% rate for all other goods. And that, there's still some questions swirling about that, including whether, it would include sort of roll in previous tariffs or not. And that, the Secretary Bessent was asked about that earlier this week. But it really does look like it's, let's say, more fluid than not. And so that, of course, hangs in the air as we look forward to these China talks. Secretary Bessent, Lutnick, USTR Jameson Greer, we're expecting a new round of China talks, they said, early next month. But it also looks like Bessent and Lutnick are going to Japan, where they could perhaps cross paths with the Chinese or even pick up the talks with the Japanese, which themselves are having problems right now in those negotiations. So lots of moving parts here right now. But remember that market shock on April 2nd when President Trump announced these Liberation Day tariffs, initially rolled them back amid that market fallout about a week later. Right now, we're sort of barreling towards another Liberation Day in a few weeks.
And we're going to be speaking to Ann Milletti exactly about that point, Josh. As some folks have said, it doesn't seem like the markets are really taking that August 1st deadline seriously. You said there are a lot of moving parts here. Certainly just in the last 10 minutes, we're getting another headline that the U.S. is working toward an interim trade deal with India that could reduce its proposed tariffs to below 20%. This according to people familiar with the matter. And it puts the South Asian nation in a favorable position against its peers in the region. Our Bloomberg News team reporting that. Back to Vietnam, though, because you and the team on this story reporting that Vietnam is looking to negotiate that 20% lower to maybe the 10 or 15% so level. How exactly would they do this? Like, what do you think the president wants to see, and what concessions could Vietnam make?
Your guess is as good as mine, because the way President Trump has announced it, and again, we don't know that the Vietnamese agreed to this, was that they agreed to open their market to U.S. goods, full stop. And therefore, that's kind of what he's looking for. It's hard to imagine offhand what kind of other carrots they can put on the end of that stick. Now, of course, they want a lower rate. Trump has really not been, horse trading. There's not really been an indication of that. And you mentioned in the top about this sort of musing about setting a higher floor. That is one of the biggest questions I had this week. He told the NBC yesterday, hey, we're looking at maybe 15% or 20%. We don't know whether he meant just for these countries, about 5 dozen, the ones where the U.S. has a goods trade deficit. Is he talking about those, the ones that have been paused at 10%? Are they going to go up 15? Or is he talking about everyone? He's talking about every country, including ones where the U.S. runs a trade surplus, including ones that are like friends, like Australia, the UK, that kind of thing. And if that's what he's talking about a very widespread increase. And not to drone on too much, but last night we had the Canada development, that letter on to Canada saying he'd raise the rate to 35%. Really important caveat here. Right now it's a 3-tiered system for U.S. tariffs on Canada. 25% for a lot of products, 10% for some energy products, and 0% for USMCA compliant goods. That's Trump's reworked NAFTA from his first term. We are told that the 35% rate is poised to be applied only to that 25% rate. The 10 would stay where it is, and the USMCA would remain with its carve-out as of now. That's the expectation, but our sources cautioning us that this is a fluid situation, and as we know with Donald Trump, anything's possible. But the Canada one also came a bit out of left field last night, but it does look potentially like a more targeted increase of that tariff than perhaps other scenarios where it was sort of an across-the-board 35.
Josh, sticking with Canada here, I mean, of course, this 35% threat for tariffs here would be really huge here for Canada. Is Mark Carney doing enough? How much stake do they really have in the game, and how much progress is President Trump making here?
Carney has been more private in his negotiation tactics than his predecessor, Trudeau, and we'll see. The Canadians, when Carney and Trump met at the G7 last month in Alberta, Carney set a public sort of 30-day deadline that we're kind of coming up against in a week or two. The Americans never said that deadline. They never published it. It's not in writing like the July 9th and August 1st deadlines are. And so it's unclear whether or not they're still trying to reach something by then. Now, of course, Trump has put this August 1st date on there. If all that's happening on August 1st with Canada is that the rate goes from 25 to 35, but other things don't change, it's not clear how Prime Minister Carney will react and whether he'll have much incentive to, give stuff in return to try to haggle to a lower rate. I should note, of course, Canadian public sentiment is very sour. People are upset there about how the country is being treated, a major trading partner of the U.S. And so the political push for Carney is not so much to bend the knee and make a deal, but arguably to do the opposite, to dig in and play tough with Trump.
Josh, we are bringing up live pictures of President Trump right now. He's touring the devastation in Canada. He's there with the First Lady. He's also there with Governor Greg Abbott of Texas. I'm wondering about the unanswered questions that you still have. You know, we've gotten quite a few letters this week from the president about trade and about different tariff rates on other countries. You and the team have reported on Vietnam and on Canada. Going into the weekend, what's the unanswered question that remains for investors who are watching this and really for the global investing audience?
I mean, if you squint, you can look at these tea leaves in sort of two completely different directions. One, we don't have details on the EU. The China talks are coming. Potentially that August deadline's extended. This report today from our great colleagues about India, maybe they get some kind of interim deal. Canada comes in smaller than maybe it could have otherwise been. And if all those dominoes fall that way, the tariff barrage coming on August 1st will be more on the smaller end of the range of outcomes. The flip side is if he just keeps farming out letters and doesn't get deals that he likes and starts announcing unilateral deals like with Vietnam that maybe the other countries balk at, then we could just have an August 1st filled with announcements, including potentially if things go sideways with, say, the EU, which has been a very silent issue here. You know, big bloc, huge trading partner, had been facing a tariff increase. Trump hasn't said a peep, although he alluded on Thursday in an interview with NBC that there might be a letter to the EU coming. So we'll see. I think there's a few sort of bellwethers, the EU chief among them, but we just don't know the scale of the tariff situation that we're walking into on August 1st. I should also note that that copper deadline he also set for August 1st, so it's not just the country-by-country tariffs coming on that day. Yeah,
50%. That tiny economy, the EU's economy, certainly one for us to all focus on. Josh, always appreciate your time. Josh Wingrove, Bloomberg News, a senior White House correspondent in Washington, D.C. Well, the markets kind of seem to be taking this tariff news in stride. You heard Josh mention April 2nd and then the pivot just a little over a week later to that extension to July 9th and then another extension. And look, we're just off of all-time highs. And that's really what I want to talk to Anne Maletti about. The question of complacency in the market, as Jamie Dimon warned yesterday. Anne Maletti is back with us. She's head of equity investments and chief diversity officer over at Allspring Global Investments. They've got about $600 billion in assets under management. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Is there complacency in the markets?
I think there is a little in certain places. I wouldn't call it broad complacency, though.
Well, what is the difference between what's happened since mid-April and the 25% increase to new records in the S&P 500 versus messaging that we've gotten from the president about tariffs? Because that threat is still there.
I totally agree. The threat is still there. We know tariffs are going higher. I do think investors are a little bit more comfortable that there's a negotiation process going on. So despite the deadlines and changing rhetoric that we get on a daily basis, they know there's some flexibility going on behind the scenes.
So it sounds like you're saying the market is not fully pricing in a hard and fast deadline of August 1st.
Probably not a hard and fast deadline, and probably not peak tariff rates either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, you know, when I'm looking at the VIX index right now, we saw it surge about the 52 handle back in April. And if you look at it now, it's about 16 right now. Yeah. But, I mean, of course, people are really looking to see whether or not it'll rise to 20. At what point would you raise an eyebrow and say, hey, the market is really nervous about what's going on right now?
Look, I think volatility can still exist, and I wouldn't be surprised if we woke up next week and we get a sharp rise in volatility because of some announcement that we're not, thinking about today. I mean, typically those sharp rises in volatility happen because of something unexpected. The one thing I do have to say that I feel a little bit better about more recently is the breadth that we're seeing in the market. And instead of that broad or that intense, deep concentration in just a handful of names, you're kind of seeing positive performance out of almost all industries in the S&P and more broadly even down cap. And within those industries, you're starting to see companies with good fundamentals starting to act more favorably. And that's a healthy sign And it shows that there's, to the point of complacency, I think there's some real work that is being done to really look at company fundamentals and try to position where you want to be for the next, event.
So if you look at the market from New Year's Day to now, it's almost like we're in the same place. So much has happened in between, but we're still flirting with all-time highs here. But that being said, I won't necessarily ask you where are the safe haven areas, but where are the areas for opportunity right now? What are you telling your clients?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's a question we get asked often, right? So I always think about it as risk versus reward, and I would say from a market cap standpoint, I really like the kind of the mid cap space. So not all the way down to small cap, but that mid to small area. There's still a lot of names and companies that have continued to perform well, especially ones with strong balance sheets, experienced management teams, and companies that can kind of control their own destiny, have a lot of flexibility, even given all the changing kind of rules and things happening around them. That's a sweet spot in the kind of size space. In terms of industries like healthcare, I see a lot of our investment teams taking interest there, but not out of the typical, healthcare services, drug areas. Underneath, if you think about where the next layer of innovation is going to come from, how are we all going to get healthcare a little bit more efficiently and in a new, probably way? There's a lot of companies that are exploring and interested in that area. And then lastly, from an asset class standpoint, I think emerging markets and international space is really interesting here.
Just 30 seconds.
Yes.
Help us look ahead to the bank earnings next week. We heard from Delta yesterday, Levi's yesterday. Solid report, stock higher as a result. Good start?
I think it's a good start, and I think we're going to see some volatility within earnings. Not all things will be created equally, and this is where I think active managers really do. This is where all the work comes out to play, right? Where in this environment, some companies really can adjust quickly, and others just can't.
Ann Maletti, good to see you. Thanks so much for joining
me.
us. That's Ann Maletti, Head of Equity Investments, also Chief Diversity Officer over at Allspring Global Investments. A redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal just moments ago. JP Morgan tells fintechs they have to pay up for customer data. The company is going to start charging fees amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars for access to their customers' bank account information. It's a move that threatens to upend the industry's business models. For more on that, check it out on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com as well. Also, taking a look at what's happening in Texas right now. The president, the first lady, and Governor Greg Abbott are touring devastation in Kerrville, Texas as we speak. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. Actually, the NASDAQ Composite Index now swinging between gains and losses. Right now, we're looking at an advance of just 1 point on the NASDAQ Composite Index. The S&P down 16, drop there of 0.3%. The Dow down 292 for the Dow Industrials, a decline of 0.7%. 10-year at 4.41%, the 2-year 3.90%. Spot gold up $33 the ounce, advancing 1% to $33.57, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.7%, $68.40 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin surging, up 3.5% right now, trading at a record. We've got Bitcoin at 117,587. Bottom line here, equities slipping from records as President Trump intensifies his trade offensive. NASDAQ now higher by 7 points, the S&P lower by 0.2%. Levi Strauss shares, they are surging 10.8%, this after raising its revenue outlook. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Let's talk about shares of Levi Strauss, jumping as much as 12.5% earlier in the session, up about 11% right now. The company raised its revenue outlook. It said yesterday that it expects sales growth to outweigh the effect of President Trump's tariff. Back with us is Harmeet Singh, Chief Financial Officer and Growth Officer at Levi Strauss. He joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Also with us is Bloomberg News senior editor Nina Trentman. She writes the Bloomberg CFO Briefing newsletter. You should sign up for it if you haven't already, bloomberg.com/CFO-briefing. Harmeet's going to be featured in an upcoming issue of the CFO Briefing newsletter. Nina's here in our studio, Harmeet back in San Francisco. Harmeet, welcome back. I do want to start with tariffs because your team said yesterday that the impact of tariffs on profitability, excluding the mitigation efforts, is expected to be between $25 and $30 million through the end of this year. What happens, though, if the high tariff level persists into next year? What happens to that number?
Hey, Tim, good morning. Nina, good morning. It's good to be talking to you guys from your Bay office here in San Francisco. As you saw and heard yesterday, we delivered a Q2 beat, and we raised our full year guidance. A special shout out to our teams around the world for what I call delivering the power of the and, which is not only growing our direct-to-consumer business, but our wholesale business, growing our U.S. business and our international business, growing men's and women's, and I can keep going on. And that really explains the momentum we have. We delivered our third consecutive quarter of high single-digit growth and growing our profitability. And that is why we believe that we are stepping into the second half. We believe we can manage through the uncertainty of tariffs. The tariff situation is fluid. We assumed an incremental 10% on tariffs from the rest of the world and 30% from China. Our view is we are competitively in a better spot to manage through this. 60% of our business is international. We have a fairly diversified supply chain, and we've been agile over the years in managing through some of the uncertainties. We've got some mitigation actions, Tim. We are working with our vendors. A large piece of our growth is driven by higher volumes, and that makes a difference when you're negotiating with our tenured relationships over the years. We are driving higher full price sales because our product offers are working, and we are targeting some pricing actions with minimal impact to the consumer. To your question about 26, we are working through that. Some of the mitigation actions will continue. We believe the brand momentum continues. The brand has never been stronger. This year, it's all about center of culture, driven through music. We've got a partnership with Beyonce. We've got a partnership with different musicians around the world. Think Diljit Dosanjh in India. Think different influencers in Europe, etc. Next year is about sports.
Maybe I could jump in there quickly. We'll ask about the music partnerships in a second. Just wondering, in terms of earnings, of course, an interesting thing is happening right now. We were expecting tariff clarity by July 9th. Now we're hearing from the White House it's going to be August 1st, and that won't be moved. But of course, you are on the lucky side that you have already reported earnings. Still, at the same time, you gave an outlook, you provided commentary about what you're thinking about the future, and you're doing that in an environment where we're hearing tariff announcements from the White House basically on a quasi-daily cadence. How confident and comfortable can you be as CFO to provide forward guidance at this point, given that the tariffs are still such a moving target?
Yeah, a couple of things give us confidence, Nina. Number one, the momentum that we're entering the second half. It's been sustained over the last 3 quarters. The second is our product offers. The consumer so far has been resilient. Our customers, our wholesale retailers, are still buying our product, especially our new product. And because we are a global company, international, for example, has been fairly strong. So as we manage through the uncertainty, we are trying to do it thoughtfully. We don't take anything for granted. Our view is you've got to continue to earn the trust with our consumers every day. And, especially in moments of crisis, consumers tend to gravitate to brands that are relevant and also, brands they trust. And, because we have been around for 170 years, navigated different crises, that's really been the genesis of why we think we can manage through it. We talked about the impact. We talked about actions that we're taking to mitigate that. And more importantly, we are doing different scenarios. I mean, yesterday after earnings, when we received news about certain tariffs, we went back and game planned that through another scenario. So we're working through different scenarios. The other piece that gives me more confidence is the agility of our supply chain and our teams around the world. And, let me pause here. I hope that addresses your question.
Yeah, Harmeet, you mentioned a music partnership that we, of course, all know, Beyonce, and this was a really major deal for Levi Strauss. I mean, you mentioned the brand being relevant. I was just at the Cowboy Carter concert on Friday, and I look around, there's Levi's everywhere. How influential was this partnership to the company, and how much of an impact did it have on sales?
Yeah, it's been really important. We have had a relationship with Beyonce for decades. She's an icon. She's in the center of culture, and we are just privileged and honored that she chose us for this partnership. It's had an impact. Our women's business is on a roll. We have doubled the business over the last many years. The partnership really accelerated there. We are nowhere near done. We think we can double our women's business. Our women's business is about a little less than 40% of our business. When I joined the company 12 years ago, it was about 20%. We think that our women's business can be about, half our business. And I would say the partnership is important. Her styles and what she's wearing, you see the products right now on the screen. They're selling really well. Take the Beyonce hat. I was in Europe, early June, and, I was hearing stories of consumers wanting to wear and shop the hat and the product before they went to the Beyonce concert. They come to our store. We have store managers who help customize the product. Emily, who runs our store in Regent Street is a great example. And so, from my perspective, building and coming up with these memorable moments for our consumers is what connects us with our fans and makes a big difference.
We should note Harmeet Singh, who we're speaking to now, is Chief Financial and Growth Officer at Levi Strauss. If you're listening on radio, he's dressed head to toe in Levi, but he's not actually wearing the Beyonce hat right now. So next time he joins us, he can shoot for that, Nina.
I'm sure he'd look great in it.
Yeah.
Harmeet, you talked about the importance of your supply chain. I'm curious to see what you're hearing from suppliers. We've seen about a 10% decrease in the dollar against major currencies around the world since the beginning of the year. Are you seeing any demands from suppliers to be paid in local currencies to not carry some of that currency volatility that has come with the dollar?
Yeah, no, we have tenured relationships. We source from about 28 countries. Relationships are deep, have been there for a long, long time. Currencies go up and down. There are times when the dollar is weaker, there are times when the dollar is stronger. So, and I think our suppliers, our vendors and our partners are used to that. So we're not seeing any pressure to change it into local currency because people have lived through, pieces. The more important thing is what goes into the production and manufacture. Cotton is a big piece, and cotton as a commodity has actually traded down, and that also helps offset some of the currency pressures. And because volumes have been a big piece of what's driving our growth, and we're thinking long, and and we believe we can sustain the growth at mid-single digit over a period of time. I think that's what helps us ensure that it's a win-win both for our manufacturers and vendors as well as the brand. And so I think that's how we're dealing with it, Nina.
So while Levi is focusing on direct-to-consumer, the wholesale channel is also growing, right? What kind of retail is specifically doing well for the company? Department stores or more so e-commerce?
Yeah, so it's the magic of the end. It's great to see our stores perform well, our e-commerce perform well, and wholesale. And, I mentioned jokingly within the company, it's a great trifecta on DTC. We're growing comp sales. We just reported our 13th consecutive quarter of comp sales growth. We're opening doors, so we're increasing our market reach. We have 3,200 doors right now. We're adding 50, 60 a year, and we're growing e-commerce in the mid-single digit. Beside all this, wholesale is also growing. And where DTC first really helps, Nora, to your question, our wholesale customers see the new product, which is introduced in our direct-to-consumer stores, see how the performance is doing, and in a lot of cases is working. And that gives them the confidence to buy into the product. So wholesale customers are growing largely because DTC is growing. They're seeing the product introduction, they see things working, and that makes a big difference. And also with our wholesale retailers, our relationships have been here for a long, long time.
Harmeet, we only have 30 seconds left, but given the tariff uncertainty, are you having serious discussions about moving any production or more production, or any production, to the United States?
No, Tim. 98% of all apparel sold in the U.S. Is actually imported. So, that's not a conversation that's happening. We believe long-term the tariff uncertainty will clarify and settle well, where the consumer in the U.S., doesn't bear the cost of the incremental tariffs. And companies like ours, different apparel companies, continue to grow their businesses in the U.S.
Harmeet, always good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time and joining us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily this afternoon. That's Harmeet Singh, Chief Financial and Growth Officer at Levi Strauss & Company. Also, Bloomberg News Senior Editor Nina Trentman. She's the author of the Bloomberg CFO Briefing newsletter. You can sign up for it if you haven't already at bloomberg.com/CFO Briefing. Coming up next, earnings on our radar, so too what's happening in geopolitics. That's next.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are wrapping up a trading week, a likely week of losses on the S&P 500 index. A down Friday right now with the S&P 500 index lower by 12, drop there of 0.2%. Traders and investors certainly keeping an eye on the latest tariff developments. We've got the Dow down 266, drop there of 0.6%. NASDAQ swinging between gains and losses. The NASDAQ Composite Index right now higher by under 0.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index is climbing 0.6%. 10-year 4.42% with a 2-year 3.90%. Spot gold up $33 the ounce, now higher by 1%. Gold $33.57. West Texas Intermediate crude surging 3%, $68.59 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 3.5% to a record 117,520. A group of Microsoft investors is pressuring the company to assess how effectively it identifies customers who misuse its AI tools, a push that follows reports detailing the Israeli military's use of Microsoft software during its war in Gaza. Microsoft shares up now by 0.6%. Recapping, S&P down 12, drop there of 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. I want to get to the latest on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. North Korea is now supplying as much as 40% of Russia's ammunition for the war in Ukraine as the partnership between Pyongyang and Moscow deepens. This is according to the head of the Ukrainian military intelligence. Separately, President Trump said he plans to make a, quote, major statement on Russia as the U.S. prepares to send more American weapons to Ukraine. Also, President Trump's special envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, will arrive in Kyiv on Monday and spend a week in Ukraine. This according to a report from the Ukrainian news site Noviny Live. Nick Wadhams is with us. He's a Bloomberg News national security team leader. He's usually based in Washington, D.C., but he is here in New York. Nick, I want to start with what we heard late yesterday, this, quote, major statement on Russia from President Trump that's set to come on Monday. Do we have any idea what this will be?
We have some suspicions of what it'll be. What we have seen in the last couple of weeks is the president has dramatically shifted his tone toward Vladimir Putin. So whereas he had previously been effusive in his praise of the president and really condemning President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, he's now shifted and essentially said he's run out of patience with Vladimir Putin over the fact that he has refused to stop the bombardment of Ukraine. So it could be a couple of things. One could be sanctions. He's talked favorably about a bill working its way through the Senate right now.
What's left, though?
Well, the bill would go after sales of Russian oil. So they imposed this price cap that allowed Russia to sell some oil. Basically, they wanted to restrict oil but not tank the oil market. So there is the possibility that they would ratchet that up. Okay. So that's the big one. The other is the possibility that he'll really open the floodgates on weapons. So he has not sought more money from Congress in his second term to provide more weapons to Ukraine. A possibility that he'll say, we know he's more favorable toward the idea of sending weapons, so he may say we're going to put some money where our mouth is on that.
But is that politically tenuous for the president, given especially during the campaign, there was this idea that, okay, if Democrats win, we're just going to keep sending money and weapons to Ukraine. There's also this wing in the Republican Party that's like, hey, this is not our war to be fighting.
Well, I mean, it's the politics of it aren't really clear, but you have this sanctions bill in the Senate that has like 85 senators on board, so it's real bipartisan support. And there is a very strong wing of the Republican Party that supports a lot more aid to Ukraine. And then you have the fact that, President Trump, he has said openly, I get to define what America first is, so get on board, and we've seen a lot of evidence that a lot of the MAGA supporters have really been supportive of whatever he decides to do, including bombing Iran. So that's a big question. There are several people, though, including J.D. Vance and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who have been much more ambivalent about the idea of the U.S. committing more weaponry to Ukraine. So a lot will depend if he does do that on the dollar figure. If it's, a $60 billion supplemental like Joe Biden signed toward the tail end of his term, that would be a very big signal. If it's anything less than $10 billion, I think you'd see that as sort of a hedge by the president.
Nick, so with North Korea supplying as much as 40% of Russia's ammunition, we know that Russia is providing money and technology to North Korea in exchange for these weapons. What chapter are we in right now in the war? How big of an asset is this for Russia?
Well, it's a huge asset. What they really need is a lifeline. They need continuous weapons. They're spending a lot of their munitions. You've seen this uptick in attacks by Russia against Ukraine, drones, things like that. So they are running low, and they need as much help as they can get. Iran is no longer really part of the procedure, part of the process, because they, obviously everything that's happened in the war with Israel and the strikes by the U.S., they're really sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel with North Korea. The challenge is that there is no end in sight there. The U.S. cannot really put any pressure on North Korea, so it is a fairly consistent and reliable lifeline for Russia that it just would not otherwise get, and it's becoming more and more dependent on.
Mm-hmm. So, of course, this has been going on for years, this conflict, and as you mentioned, there's not much more that the U.S. can do. It seems as though there's nothing left here. But really, where are we? How would you describe this time period? Who's pushing ahead right now?
Well, it's really a crucial moment because Russia has stepped up these air attacks, and the weapons that Ukraine needs to defend against these drone and missile attacks from Russia are precisely the things that the U.S. has been sort of waffling on. So the big question now is, if you have this gap in supplies to Ukraine, who fills it? Is President Trump on Monday going to say, okay, we're going to open up the floodgates again and send all that stuff? Or is Europe going to fill in the gap? We do have some indication that Trump is going to be willing to sell weapons to NATO countries, that the NATO countries, specifically Germany, France, the UK, would then say, okay, we're going to send those weapons to Ukraine. So rather than seeing the U.S. do it directly, NATO countries would do it. The question is, can they get there fast enough? Because this air war we're seeing from Russia right now is just really punishing for Ukraine.
The special envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, set to arrive in Kyiv on Monday. He's going to spend the week there. Could this be finally the beginning of the end of this war?
The challenge there is that Vladimir Putin has shown no sign that he's willing to give up his principal aims, which are essentially he wants Volodymyr Zelensky out, and he wants de facto control over Ukraine. So if Vladimir Putin is undaunted, and you have countries like North Korea, as you guys are saying, continuing to supply more weapons to Russia, what incentive do they have to stop, especially right now when, by all accounts, they are actually in this very slow and grinding war, continuing to make slow but steady progress against Ukraine. So if Russia's not willing to give up, I think that's what you're going to see from the president on Monday, where he's really looking to try to force Putin to essentially start to give up. And unfortunately, though, we just haven't seen any sign that Putin's willing to get there.
But how would he force him to do that? I mean, I know you said maybe there will be additional sanctions. There could be the sanction bill that could actually get through. But apart from that, I guess what I'm saying is I'm skeptical of that working because none of this has worked over the last 3+ years.
Right. I mean, that's very true, and that's something that's on everybody's minds. But I think what you're seeing here is the president try to essentially do a sort of mental shift, as difficult as this would be for Vladimir Putin, where for the last 8 months since President Trump has been in power, the idea has been, okay, Trump is going to be a pushover. He's going to not restrain me in any way. If he does actually start to put up some resistance and really put pressure on Russia, does that change Vladimir Putin's calculus where he decides, okay, now I have to come to the negotiating table?
So during the Biden administration, of course, we did see a lot of fervent support for Ukraine, and especially when we think about resources being distributed. Yeah. Where are we now? How much has Trump essentially poured in? Is he putting the full force behind it as well?
Well, this is really what we're waiting to see. I mean, the big issue is that he seems to have overruled his defense secretary, who imposed this brief pause on sending air defense missiles to Ukraine. So then that really sent a shock through the system, because it was like, well, if it's not coming from the U.S., the Europeans are not in a position to be able to do that with any sort of reliable, long-term, sustained supply. We do now see that Trump has been willing to do that, but the big question again for Monday is, they are running out of money. The U.S., the amount of money that Joe Biden had set aside to send these weapons to Ukraine is not limitless. It's starting to run out. Once that money really hits the bottom of the barrel, does President Trump decide, okay, we're going to re-up this now? Because Europe is just not going to be able to fill the gap with the kind of numbers that Ukraine needs.
Nick Wadhams, always good to see you.
Thank you.
Don't be a stranger here in New York. That's Nick Wadhams, Bloomberg News national security team leader. We'll see images of Texas where we are awaiting comments from the president. He just toured the devastation from the storms last weekend. We'll bring you his comments when he does start to speak. In the meantime, stocks on the move. After this is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenevec. That is Nora Melinda. She's Bloomberg News equities reporter in for Carol Masser this afternoon. Nora, we are seeing a little bit of red on the screen today off of those all-time highs that we hit yesterday. The S&P 500 down 0.2%, the Dow down 0.6%, the NASDAQ just down ever so slightly, not even 0.1%, but off our worst levels of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we think about the past couple sessions, 9 trading days, and we saw 5 records from the S&P 500 during that. So we're seeing a breather today, but overall, when we look at the broader span, we're still seeing a sense of optimism to an extent.
Optimism from companies that have reported earnings in the last 24 to 48 hours. We do expect to hear from the banks next week. JP Morgan on Tuesday. We'll hear from Bank of America on Wednesday, among others. So that is certainly on the radar of investors. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Tim Stenevec along with Nora Melinda. We're joined by Bloomberg News equities reporter Natalia Knijevic. What's on your radar?
I actually have 3 gainers for you guys today. Let's start with energy. Venture Global, ticker VG. The stock is up by almost 7% today. Sources told Bloomberg that the company is close to reaching an agreement for a $20 billion financing package to complete one of its LNG, liquefied natural gas export projects. Sources also said that European banks, Banco Santander and ING Group, are also among the arrangers. And finally, they said that the deal decision, at least investment, could be made as soon as at the end of this month. So this milestone could potentially put Venture Global on pace to overtake the largest U.S. LNG exporter, Cheniere Energy. But guys, despite today's gain, I have to point out that the stock is down by almost 30% since its IPO in January. That was one of the IPOs that was kind of highly anticipated because fundamentals are there, but it was a big disappointment for the market.
And we've seen so many of those IPOs recently where we had them really blowing coming out of the gate, and then now people are getting a little bit more apprehensive.
Exactly. It looks like crypto. That's the sector that always, does well.
Yeah.
Always until it doesn't.
Right. That's the other
Always
thing.
until it doesn't. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Wild to think that, just a year ago, this was still a privately held company. So Venture Global, we're talking LNG. That's one of the companies that you've got your eye on. Let's talk a little bit about some apparel, Levi's.
Exactly, Levi's. So shares are up, let me check, guys, by more than 11%. After, of course, this positive earnings result, the main takeaway here is that the company raised full-year guidance. And then, for example, if we compare last time when they reported earnings, they expected revenue to decline. Now they see revenue to be up between 1 and 2% for the full fiscal year. And also, Bloomberg Intelligence is saying that this forecast can still underestimate the upside. CFO, who was on your show, guys, earlier today, he said that the company has no plans to move production to the U.S., right? And then the company said that this full impact on profitability, excluding mitigation efforts, could be somewhere between $25 and $30 million. Just to compare, Gap expects this tariff hit to be somewhere around $300 million.
Wow.
So this is just, it's interesting to look at all those retail players and how they expect and anticipate.
And I'm looking at analysts here on the street. We have 9 buy ratings on this stock in comparison to 3 holds, 0 sells. So we really are seeing people pretty bullish on Levi Strauss, especially with shares up about 23% this year. And that's in comparison to single-digit gains the past 2. So really seeing a rally here for the stock. You're looking at AMC as well.
AMC, I think everyone knows this company, ticker AMC. It is up today also by above 10.6%. After Wedbush upgraded this stock to outperform from neutral, the analyst is saying that the company can benefit from more consistent release slate over the next several years. AMC also either repaid or postponed its year debt that was due to 2026. The price target was raised to $4 from $3. Today's price is 3.3. And by the way, this is the only one buy rating among analysts tracked by Bloomberg. Year to date, the stock is down by 16%. And I just checked the short interest on the stock. It is currently hovers at around 15% of just compared to the overall amount of traded shares, and it's actually rising. So potentially short sellers are coming back despite this news.
I want to remind everybody about the meme stock status that this company had back in 2021. It reached a market cap of $29 billion. That was back on June 30th, 2021. Now it's at $1.44 billion. Wow. Is it no longer a meme stock?
I don't know, maybe all retail traders, they just moved to crypto and other...
Right, they're moving on to other sectors now.
Yeah, but also speaking of fundamentals, I don't know who goes to the movie theater. I was thinking, I don't remember when was the last time I was there.
I had the same thought. I had the same thought.
Streaming.
Exactly. Natalia Kenijevic joining us. She's Bloomberg News equities reporter with your stocks on the move. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. That is going to do it for Bloomberg Business Week Daily on Bloomberg Television. If you're sticking with us on radio, we got a great program ahead. The close is on TV now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week on this Friday, July 11th, 2025. I'm Tim Stenivek. That is Nora Melinda. She is in for Carol Masser. Nora is a Bloomberg News equities reporter. She's hanging out with us for the next couple of hours, and I think for a few days next week, too.
Yeah, I'll be here. I mean, crazy.
You picked a good week.
I'll be here for the roller coaster.
Awesome. Well, speaking of a roller coaster, we've got quite a roller coaster ahead of us. We're going to talk a little bit about Delta's novel way to get grounded planes back in the sky. Also, some logistics that we're going to be focusing on.
Massive trade disruptions and tariff concerns that we know have been ongoing. Founder and CEO of logistics firm Cart.com is going to be joining to discuss how the logistics firm is navigating the uncertain waters.
Also, we are on standby right now. We're watching the president who is in Texas right now. He is making his way to make comments. He's set to be at an emergency operations center and get an update there. And we do expect to hear from him after he toured the devastation in Texas. He was joined earlier by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He was also there with First Lady Melania Trump. Some of the images of the folks who are set to hear from the president, we did see Ted Cruz and Senator John Cornyn there as well. We will bring you the president's comments as soon as we hear them. Well, all that and more coming up over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Let's get on over to Charlie Pell.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. We got 58 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Looks like we are on track for a losing week for the U.S. equity market. Stocks lower across the board right now. A lot of red on the screen. The S&P down 16, now at 62.63, retreating from a record, down 0.3%. The Dow down 265, down 0.6%. NASDAQ down 21, a drop there of 0.1%. 10-year 4.42%, the 2-year 3.92%. Stock slipping as Donald Trump intensifies his trade offensive. The price of gold is advancing by 1%. $33.56 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.1%, $68.65 a barrel. Oil rallying as traders brace for fresh U.S. exports to crimp Russian energy exports. And Bitcoin up 3.6%, $117,696. We are looking at a record for Bitcoin. Wall Street's focus is about to shift to earnings, with 6 of America's biggest banks reporting next week. As for the backdrop, Cameron Dawson is Chief Investment Officer at New Edge Wealth, and she was a guest this morning on Surveillance.
I've been at conferences this past week, and people have been whispering in my ear saying, hey, we do think that earnings are going to come in better than expected. So it seems like there is this lifting bar of people saying, we're going to get big beats this quarter.
Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth. So again, the S&P 500 index trading lower, down 0.3%. The earnings train will be going express next week. Reports on Tuesday out of JPM, JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, Delta has got what appears to be a novel way to overcome a shortage of planes and avoid aircraft import tariffs. The company has been cannibalizing new Airbus SE jets in Europe by stripping off their engines and using them to get grounded planes in the U.S. back into service. We've got Sid Phillip right now here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. He's Bloomberg News Chief Correspondent for Global Aviation. What exactly is going on here? What are the new planes in Europe? What are the engines that are being stripped? And why does it have this fleet of jets here in the U.S. that are grounded?
So the backstory on this is that Delta Airlines uses something called the Pratt & Whitney geared turbofan engine. And that engine has been has some problems with the in-service fleet because of premature degradation and also the contaminated metal parts which required their replacement. And so airlines have been forced to ground planes while they wait for the engines and wait for the replacement parts to get in. And so that's been a big supply bottleneck for the airlines that want to get their planes back into service, get them in the air, and fly paying passengers around. Mm-hmm. Given that they can't do that now, they're looking at ways that they can get those grounded planes off the ground. And one of those ways is these brand new planes that are sitting in Europe And we understand from one person that they have seats that are not yet certified, so they can't go back, they can't go into service immediately. And also they have the little issue of tariffs, because Delta said that they're not going to pay any tariffs on planes, and you have a 10% tariff on Airbus planes made in Europe.
I thought Delta was able to get around some of these tariffs by essentially flying the planes from France or wherever to another country and then doing some fancy accounting before bringing them back to the U.S.
A nice detour.
So they've been doing that. They've been doing a nice detour as well on their wide-body planes. So the wide-body planes have been sort of spending time in Tokyo before coming back to the U.S.
And that's a way to get around tariffs?
That's one of the ways they can get around tariffs, because the tariffs don't apply on second-hand or used aircraft. They apply only to brand new ones. And so the way they can get around it is by sending them to Japan, operating them from Japan for a little while, and then transferring them to the U.S.
Are they still owned by Delta when they're in Japan?
We don't know which entity owns those planes, but it is operated
But
for
these
Delta
are brand new wide bodies that they're able to
so the
fly to another
A350s
country.
and A330neos.
Wow.
So is Delta the only one doing this right now, or are we hearing from other aviation companies as well?
So we as far as we know, Delta is the only one that's doing it, but they're also highly exposed. I mean, most of their fleet is Airbus, and so most of their new planes and most of their order book is Airbus. They have a large order for Boeing 737 MAX 10s, but that aircraft is not yet certified, so that's not coming in at the moment. So the aircraft that are coming in are Airbus planes, and Airbus does have, so it's not just all of Delta's brand new A321s, it's just the ones that are made in Europe. So Delta also takes A321s from the Airbus factory in Mobile, Alabama, where there aren't any tariffs.
So are how hard is it to get the engines off the planes and then bring them over and put them on new planes?
It's fairly easy. It's a fairly straightforward thing. I mean, airlines pull off engines and pull back engines all the time on from aircraft and switch them out. So it's a fairly modular design. I mean, they're the same engines. So it's the same
Are they the same planes too?
The same aircraft, yeah. So it's A321s that are grounded, A321s that are brand new.
How old are the grounded ones? Like how long
they could
does
be,
it take for the engines to degrade?
I mean, it could be anywhere. It could be 2 years, it could be 3 years, it could be 4 years.
How long should an engine typically last? I mean, longer than that.
I mean, engines typically last longer, but given the fact that these engines have the issues that Pratt & Whitney's had with these engines, it's taking them slightly longer to get them back into service.
So is Airbus the winner here? I mean, you mentioned a lot of Airbus. Is Boeing still behind on some of its fleets?
Boeing is sort of ramping up production. I mean, we've seen Boeing, their monthly deliveries reach 60 last month, and so they are ramping up deliveries. But at the same time, I mean, obviously Airbus is the world's biggest plane maker, and in those years when Boeing stumbled with quality, I mean, last year famously, the production was capped by the FAA because of quality concerns. And so Airbus is building more planes, but then at the same time, Airbus has said that they can't build any more than they can at the moment because supply chains are constrained. So engines, which is also the engines made by General Electric's joint venture with Safran called CFM, those engines are also in short supply. And so engines have become a bottleneck for the overall aviation industry.
Well, let's take a step back. What has overall travel looked like? I know earlier we had Delta Airlines yesterday issuing a strong outlook. They said that vacationers are coming back, and they said that it's really just a fresh sense of confidence. The CEO saying that consumers are becoming a little less numb to the ongoing trade activity, so they're getting out there. What is it like right now?
So I think it's still premature to say what demand looks like. I mean, we did hear from the Delta CEO saying that the back of the plane is still hard to fill. So there is demand for premium seats, there is demand for long-haul travel, but main economy cabin, domestic flights are still hard to fill. And there's lots of competition out there, and a lot of the assumptions rely on airlines pulling back capacity once summer is done. And that is something that airlines are hoping to do so that they can start charging more for seats, because at the moment you have seats chasing customers and not customers chasing seats.
So if you do have airliners grounded right now, maybe that's an okay thing.
It is. It helps you moderate capacity.
So on that and onto the engine issue, because this isn't the first time that you've written about the challenges that Pratt & Whitney has faced. This is a company owned by RTX, publicly traded company. The main competitor is GE.
Yep.
Are the engines such that you can put a GE engine on an A321, or does that not work?
No, so they're not interchangeable between the two configurations. So you have an A321 with an option to buy an RTX engine, or you can get a CFM engine, and you can't switch between the two.
The contaminated metal powder that are in Pratt's geared turbofan engines that have forced airlines to ground some of the A320 family fleet. How big of an issue is that for Pratt & Whitney?
It's a fairly large issue. I mean, they've had to issue lots of charges on it. They've also talked about how they expect the peak to be this summer, and then they expect the fleet to go down. So, I mean, Jeffries put out a note today saying they expect about 613 or 660 planes that are grounded at the moment.
My understanding is the engine is one of the most expensive parts of an actual plane. Do you know what the cost is, or the percentage of the cost that goes into actually manufacturing a plane? Is the engine, or like how much one of these engines costs?
I don't have the number offhand, but it is a significant cost. And I mean, typically airlines tend to agree deals with the engine manufacturers that include the servicing and maintenance and all sorts of power by the hour contracts. They call power by the hour contracts, where you pay for the engine while you use the engine. So it's more of an engine as a service rather than you buying the actual engine. So it all depends on how the airlines structure their finances and structure the deals.
So a month ago, we had the worst aviation accident in India in decades, and we know that authorities are set to release a preliminary report into the catastrophe, some people saying today. What's the latest there, and what is the expectation from this report?
So at the moment, we don't yet know when exactly the report's going to be out. I mean, the usual timeline is a month after the incident is when a preliminary report comes out, and that's we're waiting on the Indian Air Accident Investigation Bureau to put out that report. And we understand that it might be in the next couple of days, but when exactly that drops, no one's really quite sure. We expect the report to be fairly basic in terms of establishing the facts and also possibly detailing the lines of inquiry that they're following, because air crash investigations typically take months or even years. And so we're not going to get an immediate answer as to what really went wrong, what was it, but we might get some hints as to what are regulators looking at and what are investigators looking to see.
At this point, is it fair to us to rule anything out? Could we rule out a bird strike or a dual bird strike?
I think it is. I don't think we can rule out anything at the moment, given the fact that it's still unclear what the things is. But we do understand that one of the focuses that the investigators are focusing on is the fuel cutoff switch on the 787.
Okay.
And that is something that the operation of that switch is something that regulators are looking at to see. But we don't yet know whether the switch was on or off.
What do you mean by that, the operation of the switch?
So the 787 has fuel cutoff switches that can be in run mode or cutoff mode. And the 787 manual in the event of a dual engine failure calls for pilots to switch off and switch on that switch in order to reset the computer which powers the engine. So we don't know whether the switches were operated before or after the incident. Was it in response to a dual engine failure? Was it the reason for a dual engine failure? Because the moment those switches are turned off, your engines lose fuel, which basically then causes them to stop.
Is this something that can be, or was this something that is able to be found out in the flight recording?
It will be. Because the 787 is such a digital plane with lots of software, we expect investigators to be able to determine when that switch was flicked, if it all was flicked, and what the reasons were. And we'll have to wait for the investigators to come out in the next few days and tell us what exactly went wrong there.
I cover aerospace and defense stocks, and there was a note that came out yesterday from Benchmark Research. They were essentially saying that reports are pointing toward the cockpit movement versus a potential Boeing or GE engine design flaw. But who ultimately makes the call here?
So the thing is, that's something that the investigators will actually come to terms with, and they will have to come out and say that. I think because of the fact that we've seen very little by way of memos or notice to customers from either the manufacturer or the FAA or the other aviation authorities saying that these are what have been sort of urgent fixes that need attention from airlines. That's why the sort of focus at the moment is that maybe there isn't something wrong with the aircraft itself. So we'll have to still wait and see. We still don't know yet for sure. We can't rule out there was an aircraft issue, but at the moment it does look like it probably was a pilot issue.
Because this is unprecedented when it comes to the 787 Dreamliner. In the days and even in the few weeks that have followed this disaster, have airlines that have these planes put the 787 under additional scrutiny?
Air India did. I think the Indian regulators asked Air India to investigate and check each of their planes. And so Air India did put their 787s under the scanner. But we haven't really heard of any other airlines sort of putting any sort of focus on the airliner.
What's general sentiment right now? I mean, of course, when we think about last year and into this year, just all the crashes that have been happening and how it's really just made investors, Wall Street more worried, and also just the general consumer traveler. What is sentiment? What are you hearing?
Sentiment still, I mean, people are still traveling. I think the pocketbook is sort of more a concern than safety at the moment. And I think people at the moment are holding off on travel, not so much for safety concerns, but because they're worried that they may not be able to afford it, or they may have financial crises later on that they need to preserve the cash for and conserve their savings for potentially difficult times ahead financially.
You know, just a few days before the Air India tragedy, I saw a video that our team in India had made about a rebrand, or a brand refresh, I should say. A new CEO, relatively new CEO. I think he came from Singapore Airlines,
yes.
Is that right? Trying to really shed the image that Air India has had as a company that didn't keep at least the interior of its planes in top shape, didn't have great service. How big of a setback has this been for the company?
Oh, this is a huge setback. So Air India was state-owned for the longest time, and essentially the Tata Group acquired it 3 years ago, and they have invested a lot of money in turning the plane around, a rebrand exercise in terms of new logos, new aircraft. They in 2023, they announced a large mammoth order for almost 530 aircraft at the Paris Air Show. So they have sort of this massive ambition to turn Air India around and make it sort of a credible player in the world, where Emirates and Qatar Airways take a lot of Indian customers through their hubs in Dubai and Qatar.
So is that out the window at this point?
I think it's still early to say it's out of the window, but I mean, they definitely will go slower in terms of making sure that their safety record's unblemished before they can actually expand so fast.
What are the lingering questions right now? What are you looking to see?
Oh, we're looking to see what really went wrong with that aircraft. I mean, the 787, what really went wrong with, like, that caused such a catastrophic failure and caused such a big tragedy. I mean, we've all seen the videos of that aircraft sort of struggling to take off and then, like, the fireball after. Yeah. And I think there's so many unanswered questions as to what really went wrong, who's at fault, and essentially what lessons we can learn from it and essentially make aviation safe again.
Sid, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you taking the time this afternoon. Sid Phillip, he's Bloomberg News Chief Correspondent for Global Aviation. Check out his work and his entire team's work on the Bloomberg Terminal.
Get the latest news wherever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Top stories from our global team of reporters at the click of a button. Get Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 39 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading week. We have got the S&P 500 index down 15 right now, on track for a losing week with the S&P now at 62.64, a drop of 0.2%. The Dow down 265, down 0.6%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 17, drop there of 0.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up by 0.5%. The 10-year 4.42%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.90%. Gold up 1%, 33.57 the ounce on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3%, 68.59 a barrel. And Bitcoin up by almost 4%, now at $118,000, a record for Bitcoin, up again by 3.9%. So it is a down day for the U.S. equity market. Earnings season kicks off in earnest next week. Emily Rowland is co-chief investment strategist at Manulife John Hancock.
This is going to be more about the haves and the have-nots going into Q2. So we're going to have to see which companies can deal with revenue growth slowing. Margins are starting to get compressed. Profitability here is coming under a bit of pressure. Those high-quality companies that can maintain those margins in the face of some of these headwinds, we think are going to be the relative winners as we head into the back half of the year.
Emily Rowland of JH Investments. Tesla aiming to bring its driverless taxis to California and Arizona. According to the carmaker's plans for expansion, CEO Elon Musk predicting on his social media service X that Tesla robo-taxis could launch in the San Francisco Bay Area probably in a month or two, pending regulatory approvals. Tesla today up by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks, Charlie. Happy Friday, everyone. I'm Nora Melinda here with Tim Stenovic. I'm in for Carol Massar today. Tim, let's talk logistics.
I love talking logistics.
Okay. It's Omer's Tariq's. He's a specialty for this. This is his specialty. He's the founder and CEO of Cart.com. That's a logistics firm based in Houston, Texas, and it provides services for B2C and B2B companies. Think about online store management, fulfillment, marketing, and customer support. He's joining us now from Houston. Omer, talk to us a little bit about Cart.com. Seems like you all have done a lot over the past 4 years since your inception. What exactly is Cart.com, and what inspired you to launch it?
Thanks for having me, first of all. Look, we started the company to build the world's largest infrastructure as a service. The problem we're trying to solve is we have billions and billions of dollars of GMV flowing through our operational infrastructure. We power the technology, services, and operational capabilities for brands of all sizes. About $500 million in revenue, about $10 billion of GMV, 1,200 employees globally, and we're just 4 years old.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty impressive stuff, Omer. One of the reasons we like to talk about people like you is because you have a good idea of what's happening in the economy right now based on your customers, what you're seeing on the B2B and B2C level. Have you seen a significant difference in order fulfillment given the uncertainty around tariffs post April 2nd?
Yeah, I mean, look, there has been a volatility of things going up and things going down for the last 2 years. Consumer sentiment has been shifting almost every quarter. The last couple of quarters, we've definitely seen a couple of very interesting trends. The first was, in Q1, we actually saw a pretty big influx of consumers buying to get ahead of the tariffs, and the retailers kind of, filled up the warehouses to have the inventory to take care of the consumers that are shopping. Q2, as the sentiment sort of continues to be around inflation and tariffs and uncertainty, there's a little bit of slowdown that we're seeing across the retail landscape.
Omer, bring us into the boardroom. What are conversations like right now? What types of changes are you all having to implement given the uncertainty?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think in times like this, we are doubling down because if you think about it, right, scale is something that's going to become so much more important as you think about economies that these brands are now looking for. The larger we are, the faster capabilities that we can provide to the brands we work with, the better off they're going to be by working with us. So we're actually, we've just announced a couple of acquisitions in the last 9 months, and we're actually going to announce a couple of more acquisitions in the next 6 to 9 months. So we're going both organic and inorganically pretty aggressively towards the next couple of years.
Who would you say When you were building this company, when you founded this company, what was the problem that existed that wasn't being solved?
Think about a company called Janie and Jack. They, make beautiful dresses for girls. And if you think about them selling through their website, selling through their stores, and their end consumer continuously shopping in other channels outside of just online and their stores. So think TikTok, think Amazon, think eBay, think Walmart, think Nordstrom, everywhere the consumer is going. For a mid-market retailer to be able to provide their product catalogs, their inventory, their pricing across multiple channels, across a pretty complex permutation of product categories is really hard, especially when you don't have billions and billions of revenue and scale to kind of fulfill that, right? So what Cart.com does is makes that easy. If you're a brand wanting to sell in every channel in the world, we enable that technologically and operationally. And today we're obviously North America focused, but very soon we're going to be international, where if you want to add Italy or France as an international market, you can just come to Cart.com, and within 24 hours, you can start selling there.
Omer, you mentioned acquisitions. What types of companies are you targeting? What comes to mind when you guys are thinking about the companies that you'd like to acquire?
Yeah, look, I think we're looking for very interesting categories that are growing really fast. Logistics companies, software companies, services companies. Look, the thing about Cart.com is that we're known as a logistics company, but we're really the broadest infrastructure company and the deepest infrastructure company as a service in the world today. We do logistics, we do order management, we do services. So when we think about acquisition targets, we're looking at categories, not just product categories, but companies that are doing software, companies that are doing services, and companies that are going to help sort of augment our operational infrastructure and scale. So we're very, very broad. We're essentially trying to replicate the infrastructure that Amazon has built, except in a not marketplace format where we're partners with them, not competitors.
So speaking of scaling, where are you all currently positioned, and what are you thinking about in terms of regions that you could potentially scale in?
Yeah, look, today we're shipping about 350 million units a year. That's our last year numbers in the US alone. We're looking at the UK, we're looking at Europe, we're looking at the Middle East and Asia and LATAM. So in that order, right? So the idea is to sort of start moving eastwards into one geography at a time over the next couple of years.
What are some of the challenges that come with expanding into international markets, especially given the volatility right now and the uncertainty regarding tariffs?
Yeah, look, we're in the business of making it easy for the mid-market brands that we work with, which means that we have to do the hard work. So when you enter a new market, you're not only thinking about localized supply chain, the mid-market challenges that occur, the regulatory challenges that are now being thrown because of tariffs. You also have to think about, okay, it's not just about procuring, it's also about selling. It's about increasing demand for these brands. So we sort of solve a three-part problem. One, we help consumers drive to these brands. Two, we make sure that they have the technology to basically sell in the languages and geographies that we're enabling the infrastructure. And then three, we have to help with the procurement, which is the last mile delivery of those packages, right? So now we are actually taking over the complexity of the problem so that the brands don't have to. Essentially, we do all the hard work around the complex infrastructure from technology to logistics. Brands can just connect and integrate into our infrastructure and sell in these geographies.
How are you thinking about artificial intelligence right now and implementing it into the work process?
Look, AI has been in our DNA from day one. One of the first three hires we made was a chief data scientist at Cart.com. We have been leveraging AI very significantly over the last 4 years in things like figuring out how to connect demand with inventory management. How do you predict demand? So if you think about it, right, the logistics problem actually starts with the consumer clicking yes that they want to buy something. And if you can have very large data sets that connect the demand problem with the supply problem, then you're essentially optimizing the entire value chain. So we have forecasting models that are using and leveraging AI today. We predict demand before it occurs, and we're continuing to invest very heavily in that technology so that we can give the brands we work with a much upper hand.
There seems to still be this disconnection between what companies know about me. And look, I think consumers value privacy, no question. But I also think that it's kind of weird when you're browsing the web and you get an ad for something that you just bought. because the browser doesn't understand that you have just bought this good. Is there a way that your software can and your solution can actually help companies understand consumers' online and offline behavior better?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we're big believers of privacy and security and consumer preferences. So this is like a very important topic that we talk about almost on a daily basis. We use very large anonymized data sets to do and power the analytics that we ultimately end up providing for the brands we work with. So once the consumer feels comfortable that the way their data is being used is only to help them, not to invade their privacy, they then become more willing to actually allow you access to it. The way we're connecting for these brands the data from the time that the consumer starts thinking about a product to the time the product actually shows up to their doorstep. We're the only company in the world that has that breadth of information, right? Because we sort of connect the demand side with marketing services and marketplace services. And we obviously have the operational infrastructure, tens of billions of square feet of space.
How do you think about sustainability as it relates to AI implementations?
I mean, look, the first thing is that you have to prevent AI from running amok, right? You have to keep control and tabs of how artificial intelligence is being used. I think too many companies are either using AI as a buzzword and not really using it, or they're using it in a way that's maybe abrasive and not actually what consumers really want. So you have to find the sweet spot of using artificial intelligence in a way that you're optimizing for the profitability of these brands, for the growth of these brands. And obviously there are lots of internal use cases that we're using AI for, but ultimately what we're really trying to do is help these brands grow faster and make more money.
Omer, how do you make it so that your order book grows? I mean, you mentioned a couple of your clients, Janie and Jack. Authentic Brands is also another, Tom's, PacSun, certainly brands that our audience is familiar with. How do you grow that number?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're known as a company that does a lot of work in the B2C space for mid-market retailers, but the interesting story about Cart.com is that about half of the business, half of our revenue is actually with B2B companies. So, first of all, you've got a virtually almost $1 trillion addressable market in the mid-market retail segment. And then you've got another $1.5 trillion addressable market on the B2B side. So we actually do a lot of work with B2B companies. Charismatics Brands is one example where they're the providers of scrubs for doctors, and they work with a large number of shops across the United States where small mom and pop shops where they provide their scrubs to, and we're powering their order management and logistics platform. We actually do a lot of work with the federal and state government. So we're actually doing a lot of work in health and pharma. So when you think about the infrastructure that we've built for the B2C segment, that's only about 1/3 of our overall customer segment, but the other one, 2/3 is actually B2B and the government. So growth is virtually unlimited when we think about the addressable market and what we're going after. That's why we have gotten so big so quickly.
Omer Tariq, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Founder and CEO of Cart.com, the logistics firm, joining us from Houston. We are just about 25 minutes until the close of U.S. equity trading. The S&P 500 down 0.2% as we speak. Charlie Pellet has been keeping an eye on everything happening in the markets and also some business news. Here he is. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Indeed, that's what we do here at Bloomberg. We got you covered with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all lower. 25 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. On track for a losing week right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all in the red. Stocks slipping from records as President Trump intensifies his trade offensive, sending the dollar higher. S&P down 13 right now at 62.66. That is a drop of just about 0.2%. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index down 25, down 0.1%. The Dow down 248, down 0.6%. On a day when stocks are declining, our Mag 7 Index is higher, up by about 0.5%. NVIDIA up by 0.6%. The 10-year at 4.42%, with the 2-year 3.89%. Spot gold up 1.1%, $33.59 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 3% now. WTI 68.57 a barrel. Oil is rallying as traders brace for fresh U.S. efforts to crimp Russian energy exports. Kraft Heinz jumping today as the Wall Street Journal reports the company is preparing to break itself up. Again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. S&P right now down 14, down 0.2%. Cannot ignore the move in Bitcoin, up 3.8%. 117,928 right now on Bitcoin. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. As Charlie mentioned, we are close to the close of trading on this Friday afternoon. I want to bring in Dave Hardin, founder and CEO, also CIO of Summit Global Investments, an investment advisor. Got close to $2 billion in assets under management. It's headquartered in Utah. Dave joins us once again from Salt Lake City. Sometimes he's here in New York in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, but he's out there in beautiful Utah for maybe some nice summer weather out there. How is it?
It's wonderful. Today's been great. Okay. The weather's been fantastic. So hopefully the lakes are not so packed this weekend.
Yeah, well, it's pretty humid here. It's kind of like in New York City. I don't know if you've seen this, Nora, but it's like I look at the weather and there's always a chance of rain every day over the past 10 days.
I don't know how to dress right now, Tim.
Yeah,
well, my wardrobe is split.
Inside in air conditioning. That's what I'm dressed
Sounds
for.
better in Utah.
Yeah, it does sound better in Utah. Dave, talk to us a little bit about the incredible rise in U.S. equities that we've seen since April. 25% from those April lows. New record reached yesterday. The question I'm asking everybody about is what has actually changed in terms of tariffs, given that there's still a much higher rate on tariffs than there was back in January?
For sure. I think we're just getting tired of tariff news. I think we're going to maybe have some communication here from the president momentarily, but I think we're just worn down, right? And so we've heard a lot about tariffs, and you're right. I don't think we're lower than where we were, that's for sure. And the threats more recently have come out that we're going to be actually higher coming August 1st. So they're still being used to kind of get what he wants. And I don't think he's necessarily shown that he's one to give in. So I think we're going to be talking about tariffs for a little bit longer.
Yeah, lots of tariff headlines right now, Dave. And you talked about being worn down. It's really interesting as we look at how the market is really trying to digest a lot of these tariff headlines. But when you look on a year-to-date basis, we're seeing the S&P 500 up about 6.5%. Do you think that we have further to run, especially when you look at January versus now and us kind of still flirting with all-time highs right now?
It's a great question. I think if you look at the glass half full scenario, there'll probably going to be some trade deals around these tariffs. Who knows? Maybe the Fed may cut one time, or will cut the Fed. One of the two is happening here with all the interaction going between Trump and Chairman Powell. We may have, obviously the bill was passed. There's some fiscal stimulus there. So if inflation can be tame enough, we've had solid performance, like you mentioned. Industrial's really leading the way. There's a lot of positive things. Now, on the glass half empty side, August and September are typically the most volatile months. We still have geopolitical risk, and it seems like we can't remember that Iran and us were just in a little bit of a spat recently. So inflation is probably more sticky than what we think. The national debt with this fiscal stimulus is getting higher. And in a lot of respects, if inflation doesn't tame, I don't know if we'll get any Fed cuts at all. So it's a messy trade deal situation. So it's kind of this half glass, half full, half empty. I would be cautiously optimistic that the second half hopefully is smoother. I don't know if we'll get another 10%, but smoother than the first half.
Dave, we have earnings season coming up next week, so it's going to be, I'm sure, lots to keep up with. But from the earnings that we've seen thus far from Levi and a number of others, seems like we're off to a good start. What are your earnings expectations? Do we expect to see any sort of impact from tariffs during this time period, or is it a little bit too early to call?
My gut tells me those that don't do well will definitely lean on some type of blame. We don't like to be, take blame ourselves. So I think those companies that don't do well are going to mention more tariffs, and I think you could see that correlation for sure. But companies have been magnificently self-reliant in the sense that they've gotten more out of their people. They're well managed. There's some really great companies out there, and I think that's why we see these very high valuations in the stock market that we're able to maintain month over month and year over year. There's really not a correlation right now between high valuations and monthly returns. And I think the reason, and negative monthly returns at that, and I think the reason why is this very good management. And earnings in general have been very good. I think it actually, if I was to bet on a group, I think the Magnificent Seven still have the best opportunity to outperform in earnings.
So not too expensive?
Well, I mean, heavens, you don't want to pay up per se, but then again, you don't want to miss out. So this is kind of like, it really depends on the investor and what that investor wants. And managing risk for investors is key. You have to manage risk or help them manage that risk. So it's really what they're looking for and what they want out of the stock market.
But Dave, when you say Mag 7, I mean, you're specific about which stocks you think people should buy and which ones you think they should sell. You say investors should sell Tesla, and on that, I just want to bring in a headline that just crossed. Elon Musk's XAI seeks up to a $200 billion valuation in next fundraising. That's coming from the Financial Times. Speaking of Elon Musk, Tesla is not one that you say you want to own right now. Why?
I just think I think there's some other advantages you can take advantage of. And I think there's going to be more volatility in Tesla than bang for the buck in the return. And I mean, let's face it, Elon Musk is one that he doesn't let you decide on yourself. He's going to let you know when it's time to get into Tesla. He hasn't talked about it for a while. It's kind of been off his radar from a public, his voice, so to speak. And so he'll let us know. And I think that until he does, it's probably time to take a back seat there and let that be volatile to the traders, if you will. And there's just other better options for foreseeable future. And I would say that's at least 3 to 6 months where you can look at things like the Microsoft or the Google, these other parts of the Magnificent Seven.
So Musk, of course, has a pretty strong following, a loyal base here. What's your feedback, your takeaway from bulls who say to continue piling in?
Well, I mean, their time frame might be longer term, and that's okay. Let's face it, Elon has not been one you want to bet against. He's been very good at giving returns to shareholders. So I understand that concept. I just think in the intermediate time frame, he will let us know, and he hasn't. And so those signs aren't there for that stock, and that's my least favorite stock. That doesn't mean that I don't think he's a wonderful person or he's not going to, this isn't a character session on Elon Musk. It's a company decision. And from a company decision, I'll wait on Tesla. And he may talk tomorrow and that might change my mind. But until he talks, I think Tesla is a sell or a hold. At least look for other options with new money.
Microsoft and Alphabet, though, you're a buy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think Microsoft, they have great earnings, high quality earnings. I think they've only started with their Copilot and their AI tilt, and they have a great opportunity to continue to cut expenses. If we've seen some layoffs there, they have a lot of expenses they can cut. So I think Microsoft is an absolute great opportunity still, even at these levels of valuation. And with Google, same thing. A lot of AI spending here, but continued revenue and earnings per share growth. I mean, they generate around $25 billion every quarter in free cash flow. That's a lot of opportunity to spend and to grow in this space and become more profitable. So 28% net margin, net income margin on this, return of equity exceeding 30%. Like Google has a lot of great things going for them right now. So yeah, I'm very positive on both those companies.
Another red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal, the Apollo-backed Legendary weighs an acquisition of Lionsgate Studios. You can read more about that on the Bloomberg terminal. Speaking of alternatives and private markets, what is the appetite that you have right now and that your clients have right now for asset allocation in privates?
Oh, it's huge. You've got to look at it, right? You can lower standard deviation for portfolio depending on, again, the qualifications of the clients. A lot of times this is for maybe more the high net worth or the accredited investors. But There's been some great private capital funds that have come out where they're even available for non-accredited. But you see this quite often. You can lower the volatility from a standard S&P 500 at about 15%, and usually private capital comes in around 1 to 3% in their standard deviation. And so this is a very good thing for diversification of returns. It's a very good thing for a risk perspective and how you get the most out of these. I think it's actually not in the beginning innings. For us, it's probably more like the 5th or 6th inning of private capital, but I think there's still a lot to go on here. And so huge need, huge, when I say that, like almost every client we talk to talks about private capital. And if they don't, it seems like every advisor that's talking to that client talks about private capital to the client.
But
so alternatives is a big space.
Yeah, well, when we talk alternative, it is a big space. I mean, we could talk about private credit. We could talk about alternatives such as hedge funds, venture capital, private equity, real estate, even crypto is kind of to some people, considered an alternative. What would you say a typical asset look, everybody's different, but what would you say a typical asset allocation for one of your clients is in alternatives?
Yeah, well, let's say a more aggressive client or maybe moderately aggressive client. You see typically around a 10, and you can see even people maybe double that, but 10 to 15% allocation into alternatives is usually what we're recommending when you're looking at that kind of longer term, higher risk type of client. And it helps to actually reduce some risk. So it's very beneficial to that type of client. And that's a mix.
Dave, forgive me. We gotta go. The president is speaking in Texas now. Dave Harden, founder, CEO, and CIO of Summit Global Investments. Let's head now to Texas, where President Trump is making comments after touring the devastation. He's at Happy State Bank Expo Hall in Kerrville, where with the First Lady as well.
This is a bad one. We just visited with incredible families that, I mean, look, they've been devastated. They lost their child or two children, and just hard to believe what, I've never seen anything like it. A little narrow river that becomes a monster, and that's what happened. But the First Lady and I are here in Texas to express the love and support and the anguish of our entire nation in the aftermath of this really horrific and deadly flood. Nobody has any idea how and why a thing like this could happen. It's, and by the way, I have to tell you, the people here, first responders, the sheriff's office, all of the police, law enforcement, they've done an unbelievable job. And in speaking to the parents, they said everybody has been so professional, from the governor to the senators, all the way down to the local people on the site that really are a little bit used to this. But they've been looking at this for years, but in much smaller doses, much smaller doses. 12 years ago, and then in 1932, they had a real bad one, but that bad one was half of what this was. But I was speaking to some of the great people in the town, and they said, no, every year we get a little bit, but it was like a little bit of a flood, right? You were telling me, and it was just a flood. We got used to it. We had people, and we took care of it, and this year it was like, what's going on, right? So all across the country, Americans' hearts are shattered. I had to be here as president. First Lady wanted to be here. All the beautiful souls, and we're filled with grief and devastation. The loss of life, and unfortunately, they're still looking. They're still looking. There's a lot of missing children, possibly, mostly, we don't know, but they're still looking, and they'll find everybody, but it's not an easy thing. You would think it would be easy. It's very tough. I looked at what they're going through, what they have to do. But dozens and dozens of precious children taken from us with such, I looked at the pictures of almost all of them, and it's terrible. Following a torrential downpour, the worst that anyone's ever seen, Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in less than 45 minutes, and I've even heard it went well over 30 feet. There's one story that one person said it had to be 60 feet at one moment. This is like a giant, giant wave in the Pacific Ocean that the best surfers in the world would be afraid to surf. And it unleashed a catastrophic flooding as the most residents were asleep in their beds. A very dark evening. The waters claimed at least 135, 140 lives. They're getting that count, but the count that they don't have is how many are still missing. A lot of lives, a lot of young angels. At the Girls Christian Summer Camp, known as Camp Mystic, a legendary camp, a camp that people would want to go to from all over the country. People, parents, they come and they would stay with their children. They'd stay in other cabins just to be with their children, but a legendary place. They were there because they loved God, and as we grieve this unthinkable tragedy, we take comfort in the knowledge that God has welcomed those little, beautiful girls into his comforting arms in heaven. And we believe that, have to believe that, and we do. And we lost some wonderful people beyond the little girls. We lost some very brave men and women that tried to save the girls. As our nation, we mourn for every single life that was swept away in the flood, and we pray for the families that are left behind. It's amazing the incredible spirit from those families. I don't know. I don't even know how they do it. But moments ago, Melania and I spent a lot of time with them. That's why we're a little late. I think this was a good reason to be late, frankly. And we just gave our warmest condolences. But you say to yourself, you know, how do you give condolences? How do you do that to a young person that 3 days ago was here, 4 days ago was here and vibrant, and now is no longer here? The search for the missing continues. The people that are doing it are unbelievable people, that you couldn't get better people than this anywhere, Christy, right? Anywhere in the world, you couldn't get better people. And they're doing the job like I don't think anybody else could, frankly. And I want to thank them. I want to thank all of these great first responders who raced into very grave danger. We have some people that were incredible. The single Coast Guard rescue crew saved an incredible 169 children at Camp Mystic, 169. And the camp staff was also incredibly courageous. Are those Coast Guard people around here someplace? Because I hear some incredible people. And I actually, Scott Ruskin, is he around? Where's Scott?
He's not here right now, sir, but he will be here later, and I will be.
Oh, okay. Will you let him know?
With some,
and John Dunn, the owner of the Hunt store, was a flood. Where are you? Okay, good. We spoke a little while ago, and it sort of John was telling me some stories about that store, and it was just really amazing.
Yes, Mr. President. First, let me correct. Was owner of the Hunt store.
We've been listening to President Trump making comments at the Happy State Bank Expo Hall in Kerrville. He's there along with the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump. They toured the devastation caused by the floods over the weekend and last week in Texas. If you are interested in following the president's comments, you can check out LiveGo on the Bloomberg terminal. We'll also bring you any headlines as we do get them. We don't know if the president will take questions at this event, but if he does take questions, and potentially those questions are about the economy, about trade, about the Federal Reserve, that the Fed chair, we will bring those to you as we do get them. In the meantime, we are just a few minutes away from the close of equity trading here on this Friday afternoon. I'm Tim Stenbeck. That is Nora Melinda, Bloomberg News equities reporter. She's in for Carol Masser this afternoon. The S&P 500 down 0.3%, but off its worst levels of the day.
Yeah, financial is the worst performing sector right now. And of course, I imagine that that's got to be some of the fintech companies weighing on it right now.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's one of your decliners I know that you're going to be talking about later. We saw a headline cross the Bloomberg terminal putting some pressure on these fintechs.
Most definitely. We have JP Morgan telling fintechs that they're going to have to pay up for customer data, and that's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars for access to customers' bank data.
Okay, hundreds of millions of dollars. How about $200 billion? Because that's the XAI valuation in its next fundraising, or could be, according to the Financial Times. Elon Musk's XAI is preparing to raise more money from investors in a deal that could value the AI company as high as $200 billion. That would be 10 times its value early last year. This, according to the FT, citing unidentified people close.
It's
to the
really
talks.
interesting seeing so many people just rallying behind this company as we think about AI more broadly and just the landscape right now. Lots of optimism, very bullish right now.
Yeah, big week for Elon Musk. Linda Yaccarino at X, she was the CEO for 2 years. She resigned. We spoke to Kurt Wagner yesterday about the challenges that Grok has had, and that now that Grok 4 is going to be released and the data that it's used from
Do you use Grok?
X. I do not use Grok.
Do you use Twitter?
I see it on Twitter.
I see it on Twitter.
But do you have to be a premium subscriber to Twitter?
I don't know. I just see
X
people in the comments. They're saying, at Grok, explain this to me.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Sometimes it's wrong, sometimes it's right.
Done that. Do you use any AI?
Not really. I mean,
No?
occasionally I'll look at ChatGPT for groceries. I'll look at what I have in my fridge and I'm like, hey, what can I make with this?
I check out ChatGPT sometimes. Not Perplexity. What's the other one? Anthropic.
Right.
Claude. I have that one.
All of
I don't
them.
pay for any of them yet, though.
Okay, likewise.
All right.
Free.
For now, we just go with the original.
Free
We're
$99.
old school. Yeah, old school Google. Hey, coming up next, we're going to be joined by our Bloomberg TV team for our cross-platform coverage on radio, TV, YouTube, and on Bloomberg Originals. We're going to count you down to the close. Bloomberg's The Closing Bell. It starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Katie Greifeld taking you through to the closing bell with a global simulcast. We're joined right now by Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, Nora Melinda in today for Carol Masser. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube, Tim Stenovic, on a day where the market decidedly on the back foot, a little bit of a breather from the record run that we've had.
Yeah, a little bit of a breather. We're off our worst levels of the day, but still seeing some red on the screen. Interestingly enough, it's risk on when it comes to crypto. A new record for Bitcoin, up above $118,000 per Bitcoin. So you're not concerned about trade tensions.
Risk on, but we're seeing a market that ended lower. I'm looking at financial stocks being the worst performing sector in the S&P 500 as we close on this Friday.
Yeah, we'll see how that changes next week, though. Of course, we know it's bank earnings kicking off. We have the 6 majors to get through, and it feels like, I mean, you take a look at the sell side, you take a look at investors, they seem to agree that the stars are aligning for financials.
Yeah, the stars are certainly aligning for financials, which, of course, at least as a group, we're trading near those record highs coming in to this week. And don't forget, we also get Netflix as well, so a little bit of a preview maybe onto the consumer side of the equation. And I do wonder about expectations, Tim and Nora, this idea that are investors prepared for the best? Are they prepared for the worst, or are they just kind of somewhere in the middle?
I think they're somewhere in the middle. I mean, look at the expectations a few months ago about what tariffs would do. That really hasn't materialized, and now the commentary seems to be, okay, well, just wait a few more months and we'll see it materialize.
All right, well, we get the closing bells here in New York. A bit of a mixed day and a bit of a mixed week for financial markets, coming off record highs or near record highs, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average closing out the day lower by almost 300 points, or about 0.6%. That's going to amount to a drop on the week of about 1%. The S&P 500 down 21 points on the day, or 0.3%. That's also going to lead to a loss on the week. The NASDAQ Composite and the NASDAQ 100 each losing around 40 points or so on the day, both closing out the week in the red. And there's the Russell 2000, which had been the outperformer for the last few sessions, now the underperformer, down 0.6% for the day.
Decidedly down.
Excuse me, 1.3% on the day. Excuse me.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, even worse.
Oh, decidedly down day for the major indexes. And look at that, the S&P 500, only 110 stocks in the S&P 500 moved higher today, 390 declined.
All right, let's take a look at the sector level. You did manage to see some green, of course, when it comes to energy, when it comes to consumer discretionary, managing to poke into the green. This is a prettier picture, actually, than when I checked this board at about 9:40 this morning. You had every single sector in the red, but still overwhelmingly financials, healthcare, materials, consumer staples, all dragging this index down.
Okay, I managed to find some gainers today. I want to start with Levi Strauss. Shares higher by 11.3% today. They hit the highest level in more than a year. This after the company came out yesterday and boosted its net revenue forecast for the full year. A big question a lot of investors had was what has been and what will be the impact on the company from tariffs. Harmeet Singh, the company's CFO and Chief Growth Officer, he told our Bloomberg News team that it'll be about $25 to $30 million through the end of the year. We actually had him on our program a few hours ago, and I asked him specifically about moving production, moving manufacturing to the United States, because that is exactly what the president wants to see. It doesn't matter if it's in Vietnam or China or Indonesia or where it is. The president wants to see it here in the U.S. He was decidedly firm in his answer. That is not going to happen for Levi Strauss. He mentioned that 98% of apparel that comes to the United States and that is sold in the United States is actually manufactured outside of the U.S., and they're not going to change that here when it comes to Levi Strauss. Though he's still working through tariffs and even making last-minute changes based on the news that he hears from the president, even up to late last night after earnings, he mentioned. Also, Performance Food Group shares surged higher today. Bloomberg News reported that the company has attracted takeover interest from U.S. Foods Holding Corp. It's a potential deal that would create a food distribution company with a combined sales of roughly $100 billion. This is according to people familiar with the matter. Shares higher by more than 4.8% today. The company would become the #1 U.S. food service distributor with 18% of the $371 billion market. This is according to Bloomberg Intelligence. We should note there is no certainty that these deliberations will lead to transactions, and representatives for U.S. Foods and Performance Food declined to comment. And finally, this is a former micro cap that is now a small cap after today's move of close to 40%. Unusual Machines. It's a drone tech company based in Florida, and drone-related firms rallied today. This after Fox News reported that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has issued orders to ramp up production and deployment of drones. Unusual Machines higher today by close to 40%. Josh Sullivan over at Benchmark says the memo focused on 3 main goals: bolstering U.S. drone manufacturing, delivering thousands of low-cost drones to the military, and integrating drone operating into training. Once again, shares higher by close to 40%, Nora.
Well, we've got a few names in the red as expected with the market closing lower today. I'm looking at shares of PayPal. That was the worst performing stock in the S&P 500 today. And we're seeing a lot of other fintech companies like Block and Affirm also falling as well. And that all came after a headline that we saw earlier as we were heading into the close with JP Morgan telling that these fintech companies that they're going to have to pay up for customer data. That could amount to hundreds of millions of dollars for access to customers' bank account information. So we're seeing those fintech companies falling, but also credit card firms like Visa, MasterCard also lower with the move really threatening to upend specifically the fintech sector's business models. Another stock I'm looking at is Albemarle. That's ticker ALB. $8.3 billion company. It's a lithium producer based in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it was cut to sell from neutral, at UBS, with its price target trimmed to $57 from $64. We have the analyst here encouraging investors to, quote, fade the bounce, as he expects lithium prices will remain lower. And one more stock we have for you, Boyd Gaming, ticker BYD, but not the BYD you're thinking of. It's a casino operator in Las Vegas, Nevada, $6.5 billion in market cap, and it was cut to neutral from positive. They're really pointing to the stock's valuation after selling its 5% ownership in FanDuel to Flutter, and this is all from Susquehanna Financial. They're also citing the renegotiation of its market access agreement.
All right, let's take a quick check in yields here. A little bit of a subdued day, but a lot of activity when we talk about what happened on the week. A push higher once again across the curve, a second straight week where we see yields move higher, but more importantly is the complexion of that move, a definite slant to the upside, a steepening, a bear steepening of that curve, with most, of course, of the sell-off coming on the longer end of the curve. That 30-year yield up about 8 basis points on the day, and on the week, it's more than 9 basis points higher than where it was last Friday.
What have I told you?
Go on.
Bear with us here. Come on.
What if I told you you could go somewhere and get some really good bagels, some really good pizza, some nice steaks?
Okay, you got my attention.
And it wasn't New York City.
Okay, now you lost
I
me.
just wouldn't believe you, Tim.
You're not going to say like Jersey or something.
No.
No, we can't do that.
Watch out. Katie's right there.
Yeah,
guys.
sorry, George.
Katie is right there.
I just moved there.
Apparently, London food is having a moment. New York food is having a moment in London. Kate Crater wrote a story for Bloomberg. She covers food all over the world. She's been in London these past few years. And she writes about some restaurants in London that are really serving a lot of food that we focused on here in New York and that New York has become known for. And it's actually really, really good.
We're talking steaks, burgers, martinis. They have apparently got it all over in London. And it's interesting because they're saying that even though it's a high tourist season here in New York, things are a bit quieter than usual. I don't really feel that when I'm walking through these streets at all here, Tim, but apparently that's the case right now.
So, I mean, the idea with this, though, too, I mean, we talk about this idea, and this is just sort of the a part of the show where I get to dump on the British.
Please.
Because it's like all their good food, none of their good food is actually British food. It's just, it's like, I mean, you get some great New York food, as you just talked about. You get some great Indian food and
food
South
there is so
Asian
good.
food
Amazing.
in there. You get all this great stuff there. What happened to, like, British food?
beans
It's just
on
like,
toast?
it's like
Bangers
peas
and
and toast,
The
right?
bangers and mash, the
Yeah.
fish and chips. There's
Fish and
some
chips.
there's some good stuff there, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Teas and
remember going to
crumpet.
a
Some local
breakfast in a
food.
local hotel there, and I was,
You can get blood sausage. That's
Yeah.
not really up my alley. But
Unappetizing.
that's great for these British people who are enjoying New York food. That's
good.
awesome.
And Brexit hasn't affected any of this?
Not that I know of.
Okay,
Wow. Anyway, do you want to talk about airplanes?
sure. Talk about airplanes.
Okay, let's talk about airplanes. There's an interesting story on the terminal. Delta apparently is stripping engines from new Airbus jets in Europe to use them on grounded planes in the U.S. This is according to Bloomberg reporting. This caught my
What do you mean
eye.
stripping from airplanes? What?
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah, they're stripping the engines off and using them to get those grounded planes up. You might think
So these are planes they own. This isn't like the guy who comes down our down my block to steal like carburetors
in
or
the
whatever.
night.
You
These
know,
are
from
brand
the-
new planes.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, brand new planes that they haven't taken delivery of in the U.S. because they don't want to pay the tariffs, but
Yeah.
they have this fleet of grounded Airbus A320s that have these Pratt & Whitney engines that have worn out quicker than they were supposed to wear out because of a metal shavings issue
Oh, go on.
from Pratt & Whitney.
Uh-huh.
So what they're doing is they're taking these engines off, they're throwing them, they're bringing them to the U.S., they're putting them on the planes here. We talked to Sid Phillip about this a little earlier. He said it's actually a pretty easy thing to do.
You could try it at home.
Well, you like the ingenuity there, right? I mean, the idea that, when you run into these
ingenuity.
issues, yeah, absolutely. Give them
was a good
credit
one.
there. And the idea that you can just take those and move them on. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Do you know what they're doing with some of the tariff to get around some of the tariffs too on the planes, right? Did you hear about this?
No,
I was hoping you'd tell me.
The detour. Sid told us they can fly some of the wide bodies to Japan,
Huh.
and then they're considered used aircraft, bring them to the U.S. I mean, Ed Bastian has been very clear that he's not going to pay tariffs on these Airbus planes that are made in Europe.
A
So,
good workaround.
yeah, good workaround.
Yeah, until the president finds out about it, but sure.
All right, we got to go. Guys, have a great weekend.
You too.
It's really, really good to hang up. Happy Friday.
You too, Tim.
Have a good
Nice to
Friday.
see you, Carol, for another third day here.
Nora's here all next week, guys.
All right, let's go.
Wait, Carol's off next week?
Yeah.
Yes, she is.
All right, we got to go. That's going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We'll be back on Monday, same time, same place.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Nora Melinda in for Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek. AI dominates so much right now that it's kind of always a challenge to pick and choose relevant headlines because there are so many. I could have talked about XAI, with a $200 billion valuation.
Absolutely.
How's this one, though? Man Group's Quant Equity Unit says it's begun using a new AI system that can generate code and backtest trading ideas. It makes the arrival of agentic AI at the world's largest listed hedge fund. So what it does is it digs for ideas and data, it writes code and potential strategies, and then tests them on historic data. Such a system that can autonomously perform multi-step tasks is known as agentic AI. This is one of the hottest trends right now in Silicon Valley. It's certainly of interest to Durga Malati. He's Senior Vice President and General Manager of Technology Planning, Edge Solutions, and Data Center at Qualcomm. Before this, though, when he last joined us a little more than a year ago, he was head of AI at the company. Durga joins us from San Diego. Durga, good to have you back on the program. When we spoke to you a little over a year ago, the AI PC was what we spent a lot of our conversation talking about. And you were talking about how this was the era and was going to be the era of the AI PC. Has that materialized?
The AI PC has, once it hit the shelves in terms of the use cases coming from there, I think it's come along pretty nicely. Use cases are still emerging based upon that. But I think the biggest way to actually think about this is increasingly there is the notion of AI being omnipresent, and in that sense, it's something that's present both on devices such as PCs, extending all the way into the cloud. And therefore, the notion of fully connected, the next generation of AI is all about the connectivity that goes all the way from the cloud to the devices. This, I think, is AI's biggest untold story at this point in time.
So how can AI infrastructure needs really help to evolve to meet the demands of the on-device and cloud AI?
When we think of AI, one of the ways of actually thinking about this, it's a growth story which kind of is not just a trend per se. As Qualcomm, we power devices that can range from automotive industry into cars to all the way into smartphones, into glasses, into your wrist with wearables, and smartphones somewhere in between. So if you kind of look at it from that perspective, for AI to scale across devices and into the cloud, one of the important parts that comes in is that you have to be able to do a lot of the AI processing, both in devices and in the cloud. And hybrid AI, the ability to actually stitch it all together, becomes a key factor as we kind of go beyond where we are today. Today, when we think of AI, usually it's all about something that's done just in the cloud. Increasingly, we are talking about the edge, as in devices. But the way we look at it is that hybrid AI is going to be defining the future of how AI processing is done, both on devices. So any kind of a device will have the right kind of applications running on it, whether they are running locally on the device or in the cloud.
Well, let's talk about them running locally, because one of the focus that we've really seen come into sharp relief this year has been the idea of edge AI and not doing this stuff in the cloud, but doing this stuff more on-prem. Can you talk a little bit about what the use case is for AI that happens in the cloud versus on the actual device, or near a facility where an office is, or of the like?
If you think about the kinds of devices that you and I carry around today, and there will be new ones that are coming along, one of the important things is that we have data that is probably something that we might want to store in the cloud, and then there is data that we might want to just keep in the device because of privacy reasons. And increasingly, most of the consumers want some sort of a personalized AI experience. So if I'm wearing my Meta Ray-Ban glasses, which are powered by our Qualcomm Snapdragon solutions, then as you ask questions on that, you want the device to be far more in tune with exactly your tastes, your preferences, and your behavior. So personalization of AI entails the usage of the data that's locally stored in the device in itself. So that's kind of an important part as to why you want to run something locally in the device in itself. Second, these days when we talk of AI, it's not just about chatbots. It's not just about language. We use a combination of you're probably taking some pictures or taking some video snapshot, in addition to simply talking to it. So you have all of these modalities, as they are called, coming in. You're using all the different senses as we think about it. And the processing of all of this is done best locally. The one question that I have constantly been asked is, why do you want to actually even run it on the devices beyond privacy and security? After all, we are kind of comfortable storing things in the cloud. Well, one of the other answers is because we can. It turns out that in most of the devices now, the processing capability of AI is pretty high, which means you can talk to your smart glasses as you're walking around, like in some of the Ray-Bans that I just mentioned. You can talk to your watch as you're kind of walking around. Use your watch or your wearable as some sort of an appendage to your phone in addition to your glasses. You kind of create an ecosystem of devices around you, and they're all acting on your behalf in a far more personalized way than ever before. That's one of the reasons why we firmly believe in the usage of on-device AI, as we called it, for not just privacy and security, but also for a far more personalized agentic AI experience.
So, of course, I would imagine other consumers or like myself in that we love things being a bit personalized, but you did mention the privacy element. Can you just speak to what that looks like and how you all are thinking about privacy in relation to making this experience a personal one?
A lot of the times when we think of privacy, I'll give you a simple enough example that we can all relate to. You probably have seen that a lot of times when you start to open an app, there is a notion of, do you want to share your location information with the app? And sometimes we hesitate to do that. Sometimes we are perfectly fine with that. But it's an example. It's a good example of whenever you have a question or whenever you have something very specific from an AI use case, your local context is important. It's like you looking at something and saying, what am I looking at? But it's kind of the immediate question that can come back easily is, well, where exactly are you? And that's the notion of, well, you're sharing your location. That's one example of where some data that you might want to keep for yourself. That's the privacy part of it. The other one can be tapping into some medical records that you might want to keep just for yourself, not necessarily something to be shared with everyone, maybe just with some specific healthcare providers, and that might be okay. That's a second example of it. A more relevant example in enterprises is when we use our PCs, and especially in a software enterprise when there's a lot of code generation that's occurring, we want that data to be kind of attuned to the kind of code that is written within the enterprise in itself. And that's something that you might want to tap into some local information, some local documents that you have within the enterprise, not necessarily something that's out there. And in that sense, you want privacy to be of paramount importance. We've seen examples of this, not just in corporate enterprises, but also in manufacturing sector where you don't want the manufacturing data. It's kind of really closely guarded and proprietary, and you don't want that to leave.
Gonna have to leave it there. Always appreciate you taking the time. Durga Malati, SVP, GM, Tech Planning, Edge Solution, and Data Centers at Qualcomm. Coming up next, crypto.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. Down week with the S&P on the week, lower by 0.3%. Down Friday in this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Just getting word that NIQ Global Intelligence is poised to formally begin marketing its initial public offering as soon as early as next week. This according to sources. A listing for the consumer shopping behavior market research firm could raise more than $1 billion in value. NIQ at about $10 billion. Stocks fell from records as President Trump intensified his trade offensive. S&P 500 index lower by 20 points, down 0.3% again today. Worth repeating for the week, a losing week for the U.S. stock market. S&P wraps up the week, heads into the weekend at 62.59. The Dow down 279, down 0.6%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 45, a drop of 0.2%. On a down day for the rest of the market, the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index was up 0.4%. NVIDIA up by 0.5%. 10-year 4.41%. The 2-year 3.88%. Gold up 1%, 33.55 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.1%, 68.60 a barrel. And today we did see a surge in Bitcoin. Bitcoin right now at 117,984. Bitcoin up by almost 4%. Again, recapping, S&P down 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for the update, Charlie Pellet. Bitcoin hitting a new all-time high today, above $118,000. And crypto's exactly where I want to go, because one of the Trump family's crypto ventures has received key behind-the-scenes help from the world's largest digital asset exchange, whose founder is a convicted felon who's now seeking a presidential pardon. Zeke Fox is Bloomberg News investigations reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. He's the author of Number Goes Up, Inside Crypto's Wild Rise and Staggering Fall. We're talking about Changpeng Zhao, CZ. Zeke, what's the relationship between him and the Trump family crypto venture?
Yeah, so this is it's a pretty complicated story, but I think it's an important one. So the Trumps, while Donald Trump was running for president, started this new crypto company, which they called World Liberty Financial. And the way this company's set up, at least at the beginning, 3/4 of all the money that came into this company was paid to the Trumps as just a licensing fee. So they've made tons of money off it, something like $300 or $400 million. But as is so often the case in crypto, when they started this company, they didn't really know what it would do. There was some talk about it being like a borrowing and lending platform, but the company had really very few coders on staff. They didn't really have a team commensurate with all the money they raised, so they needed a product. And the story today, what we reported was that they decided to make a stable coin, like a cryptocurrency that's always worth $1 because it's backed by real dollars in the bank. And when they went to go make this stable coin, because they didn't have a lot of programming talent, they called on Binance, the biggest crypto exchange owned by CZ. And what we reported is that Binance actually wrote the basic code that powers the World Liberty stablecoin, USD1. And so also in a conveniently for him, CZ, who was only just let out of a halfway house last year after pleading guilty to these money laundering violations, is seeking a presidential pardon. So his company is helping out the Trump's venture while he also is looking for this favor for himself.
So this is one of many cryptocurrency ventures that the Trump family has, right?
Yes. I have actually lost track of how many there are. You
need a whiteboard.
Yeah,
I know.
It's so confusing that they actually got kind of confused themselves the other day.
Oh, wow.
Now, the Trumps have a meme coin, Trump coin, those guys announced that they were going to make a crypto wallet, and the Trump sons were like, this is not an official Trump project. Like, these guys can't even keep straight how all their different crypto ventures.
Is that unique, though, to this Trump coin? And just this is a little aside. You know, whether we're talking about, I think there's a cologne that I saw recently. There are the shoes. There are the Bibles. This is all licensing, right?
Yeah.
Is that any different than what the Trumps are doing with crypto?
So at first, I think it's quite possible that when they got into crypto, I mean, they did even work with some of the same guys that they'd worked with on some of these more traditional licensing deals. Maybe they thought it was just another thing where they might make, you know, $1 million here or there by licensing their name. But it's turned out to be like on a totally different scale. Just since Trump has become president, I think Bloomberg Billionaires estimates that he's made $600 million off these different crypto ventures. And it's become a way that anybody in the world, even people who are citizens of other countries who couldn't donate to his campaign, can just give him money. Wow. There's another crypto billionaire named Justin Sun bought 75.
You might know him as the banana guy.
Yes, best known for paying $6 million for a banana and then eating it. It's modern art. He bought $75 million of World Liberties tokens, and he had been facing a fraud lawsuit from the US SEC, and that was later put on hold. And I should say that all these people I've mentioned have all denied that anything untoward is happening, and they're saying like, hey, you know, I just want to invest in these coins, and it's not related to whatever business I might have with the government.
So all these crypto ventures that we said may not even fit on a whiteboard, if we rewind back to 2021, Trump was anti-crypto, correct? I'm just trying to catch up here.
Yeah, I mean, he said it was a scam. I think he said maybe it's all made up.
A scam against the dollar.
Yeah, and his first administration initiated some of the lawsuits that crypto guys have been so up in arms about. But it only really changed during this most recent campaign. And there was a very concerted effort, mostly by a small group of rich Bitcoiners, to get Trump on board. They got together and donated something like $20 million to his campaign. It was a fundraiser at the Bitcoin convention, the annual Bitcoin convention. And they had the fundraiser, he raised the $20 million. Then he went out on stage in Nashville and gave this speech in which he totally changed his position and said, Bitcoin's going to the moon. I want to lead the way. Let's make this a crypto capital of the world. It's really an amazing triumph of lobbying.
On the Binance story, we should note a Binance spokesperson didn't respond to questions about the coding helper investment deal, but said USD1 followed the exchange's, quote, standard listing process. A White House spokesperson declined to comment for the story. A spokesperson for World Liberty didn't respond to specific questions about the company's dealings with Binance, but said in an email, quote, your assertions are factually deficient and designed to further a political agenda.
Yeah, I mean, this is like quite controversial, so I can see why people aren't talking about it. You know, this work that people familiar with the matter told us that Binance did for World Liberty was not disclosed at the time. And we also reported that Binance has done other things to help World Liberty. One of them was, so the World Liberty is a stable coin.
Yeah.
People have to use it for the company to make money. And the more people want, the bigger this pile of stable coins get, the way the company makes money is earning interest on that. So right now, of all the USD1 coins that exist, most of them are actually held by Binance. So there's more than $2 billion of USD1 on Binance. And the interest income that generates, a lot of it goes to the Trumps.
But does the USD1 that is it World Liberty Financial? Is that right? Again,
yeah, they're the issuer of the stablecoin.
Well,
yeah.
is the Trump let's just call it this: is the Trump family stablecoin a competitor to Circle stablecoin and a competitor to Tether?
Yes.
Okay.
And even right now, next week, the House is going to take up the Genius Act, and they're calling it Crypto Week. They're going to debate the rules that are going to govern these stable coins, and like the rules they set might be more favorable to one or another of these companies.
So Zeke, in this story here, we have CZ who pled guilty back in 2023 to failing to maintain an effective anti-money laundering program. Now he wants a pardon. Trump's the only one that can give it to him. Is he the only one still caught in the crosshairs here?
So Binance has paid his fine. He's done his time. Having this criminal record could make it difficult. Binance is the biggest exchange. It's huge worldwide, but they've never really been able to establish a foothold in the U.S. And the owner of the company having pleaded guilty to this serious felony could make it difficult for them to get the required licenses here. So if that were wiped away, they might be able to compete in this like giant market. And like you said, the other big companies in crypto, like Coinbase, they were facing serious lawsuits under the Biden administration. Those have been dropped. Pretty much everybody in crypto has been given the go-ahead under Trump.
Hey, before we let you go, Zeke, I'm just looking at Bitcoin price. Right now, 117,000. It did go above $118,000 a little earlier. I got to ask, because your book is called Number Go Up, Inside Crypto's Wild Rise and Staggering Fall. You published it at a time when it was crypto winter. How are you thinking about what you've learned over the last 2 years, and if that changes the narrative of your book at all?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely should have picked a different subtitle for the book, given that like crypto is always on these boom and bust cycles. But I mean, what I've seen in this last like crypto recovery is actually nothing that's changed my mind. If anything, it's become easier to raise money for crypto projects that have no point at all. Like this Trump meme coin, they're not even claiming this is going to revolutionize finance. They're just like, hey, Trump's famous, buy this coin. And then lots of people are piling in. It's like the GameStop mania or something.
So, look, I'm not going to ask you to predict the future, but do you think we're still in a boom-bust cycle and this is a boom?
Oh, yeah. I mean, even people in crypto, I think, are mostly saying this can't go on forever like this. I mean, eventually, like with all things, I think that the value has to come from actual usage. It has to have real world applications. Now, these laws that are being debated might make it so favorable end up so favorable for the industry that people will be incentivized to use crypto who might not have otherwise wanted to.
Zeke, always good to see you. Congratulations on this story. Everybody read the book. It is a great book. Zeke Fox is investigations reporter for Bloomberg News. He's also the author of Number Go Up, Inside Crypto's Wild Rise and Staggering Fall. Coming up next, we're talking healthcare. That's next on Business Week.
4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A down Friday, a losing week as well. On the week, S&P 500 index down 0.3%. Stocks fell from records as Donald Trump intensified his trade offensive, following a rally that drove the S&P 500 to its 5th record in 9 trading days. Equity bulls took a breather. S&P today down 20 to 62.59 as we head into the weekend. A drop of just about 0.3%. The Dow down 279. Dow Industrials down 0.6%. Nasdaq lower by 45, a decline of 0.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index, however, higher today, up by 0.4%. Nvidia gaining another 0.5%. 10-year 4.41%. The 2-year 3.88%. Gold up 1%, 33.56 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.1%, 68.66 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 3.8%, now at a record 117,884. Dave Harden is founder and CIO of Summit Global Investments, and right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, he told us this market still has plenty of concerns.
August and September are typically the most volatile months. We still have geopolitical risk, and it seems like we can't remember that Iran and us were just in a little bit of a spat recently. So inflation is probably more sticky than what we think. The national debt with this fiscal stimulus is getting higher. And in a lot of respects, if inflation doesn't tame, I don't know if we'll get any Fed cuts at all.
Dave Harden of Summit Global. Earnings right around the corner. Tuesday, we'll be hearing from J.P. Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Marty McCary said his agency may fast-track new drugs from pharmaceutical companies that, quote, equalize the cost of their medicines between the U.S. and other countries. It's an unusual proposition from the regulator that's long avoided contentious pricing debates. Here's what he said to David Weston for an interview on Bloomberg's Wall Street Week.
We are talking to industry constantly to figure out how we can be helpful, which of their products being proposed are in line with our national priorities, that is, meeting a large unmet public health need, domesticating manufacturing as a national security issue, increasing the affordability of drugs, which is an access problem. This president does not like to see Americans getting ripped off, and we've been paying more for drugs than in many wealthy countries around the world.
Can you do anything about that?
We can issue a national priority review voucher for companies that are promising to equalize the price between other OECD countries and the United States, even with other products that they currently have. And so we want to incentivize good behavior in the marketplace.
That was Dr. Marty McCary to David Weston. He's FDA commissioner. Catch Bloomberg Wall Street Week tonight at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television for more of that. I do want to bring in Rachel Kors-Zhang, Bloomberg News national healthcare reporter. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Rachel, explain what exactly this means. I have to be honest, I'm kind of confused as to what this has to do with pricing, especially when you think about the difference in prices that people in the U.S. pay versus in Mexico and parts of Canada as well.
So this is a new initiative from the FDA that fits in with this larger directive that President Trump has given his top health officials, that they need to figure out some way to get pharmaceutical companies to lower their prices in the United States. And I think this idea from Commissioner McCary is one proposal to allow companies to get like a voucher or almost like a coupon for accelerated review for one of their medicines in exchange for lowering their prices that are already on the market, it seems. There's still a lot we don't know. We don't have any written materials yet from the commissioner about what this would mean, but it would be a novel idea as the FDA doesn't usually deal with pricing issues.
Rachel, just contextualize this a bit for us. What's the current lay of the land as it relates to U.S. drug prices versus our international peers? I mean, when I think about drug prices, I know that they tend to be very expensive, but can you just speak a bit more about what it looks like right now?
Generally, other countries do pay much lower prices than Americans do for medicines. There are lots of reasons for that. Many other countries have like unified healthcare systems where the government negotiates on behalf of all of its residents with these pharmaceutical companies, and the United States just doesn't work that way. But the system in the United States is also much more complicated. There are many more middlemen that make things more complex, and often consumers aren't actually paying the sticker prices that we see. But that being said, Americans do still pay more than people in other countries for their medicines.
What role does the FDA typically play in drug pricing, if any?
Well, usually the FDA focuses on safety and efficacy, whether a drug is safe and whether it works. And it's the responsibility of other agencies to worry about insurance coverage, like in Medicare or in Medicaid. But the FDA generally does not consider what a medication's price will be. Like, they don't have data about that. That's not something that they consider.
So are they overstepping here, or is this just a different dynamic approach?
I think some experts that I spoke with are concerned that ideas like this could politicize the review process at FDA, which generally political appointees have stayed pretty far removed from how drugs are approved, just to promote certainty for companies that are developing these medicines, that they're going to get a fair shot no matter who's in charge of the government when these applications are submitted. But I think there are some concerns about new criteria or allowing people to jump to the front of the line, or companies to jump to the front of the line based on arbitrary criteria. So I think the people I spoke with just wanted to see more details about how this could be implemented.
So under this current pitch, this framing, pharmaceutical companies could get a national priority voucher for this, but what's the incentive here for the FDA? Is it slashing drug review times?
The FDA, I think, wants to be seen as having a role in President Trump's larger agenda. The FDA itself doesn't necessarily have a stake in whether companies lower prices. Obviously, if people can't pay for drugs, then they don't work, for people. So I think in that way, there's this larger systemic issue that if the FDA is approving medications that nobody can afford, that's a public health issue. But the agency itself, I think, is just hoping to contribute to this larger administration goal set by President Trump.
So who approves this?
It sounds like it's an initiative announced by Commissioner McCary. So I think that's our sense of where this is coming from.
When politicians have traditionally talked about lowering drug prices, how have they done it, and how successful have they been? The question really is about how in the U.S. is it going to be possible to lower drug prices when, pretty much every president in my recent memory has promised to do that.
Right. I mean, we've seen Republicans talk for a long time about approving more generic drugs so that there's more competition on the market. We saw President Biden oversee the creation of a new Medicare drug price negotiation program where the government is actively negotiating what Medicare is going to pay for certain high-cost medications. And President Donald Trump talked about this a lot during his first term, too. And his Medicare and Medicaid under his purview did float some ideas of how to change how the government pays for medications to bring them in line with what other countries pay. But this time around, what the president has asked for is much broader and much more aggressive than what we've seen before. So I think there's still a question mark out there about how exactly the government can work to achieve these goals.
What's been the environment for Medicare and Medicaid users right now under the current administration?
I think certainly Congress has recently passed significant cuts to Medicaid spending, and I think the congressional budget analysts expect that millions of people will lose Medicaid coverage, and then again, it's more difficult to afford medications if you don't have insurance coverage through Medicaid. So I think that's the biggest change that we've seen so far. But I think we're still in the early months. Health policy is complicated, and we expect there will be more to come.
It's complicated, and we appreciate you making it less complicated for us and Bloomberg listeners, viewers, and readers. Rachel Kors-Zhang, Bloomberg News national healthcare reporter. You can check out her reporting and her colleagues' reporting on the healthcare team at Bloomberg.com and always on the Bloomberg terminal. The S&P 500 fell today by 0.3%. And in fact, that's what it did this week. The Dow down 1% this week, and today down 0.6%.
That's it.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Nora Melinda, Bloomberg News equities reporter, in for Carol Massar today and next week as well.
I'm excited.
I'm excited too. It's
gonna
also
be fun.
exciting that it's Friday.
Oh, for sure. And the weather's not terrible.
I haven't been outside in a few hours, but I'll take your word for it. Hey, the S&P 500 finished the week down 0.3%. The NASDAQ was pretty much flat on the week. Well, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell about 1%. The S&P 500 fell 0.3 today. The NASDAQ down 0.2% today. And the Dow fell 0.6% today. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move this week. I'm Tim Stenovec with Nora Melinda, and we're joined by Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee. Hi.
Hi. It's great to be here on this Friday. I want to start with, can I start? I'll start.
You can start.
I'll start with Delta. So for the week, we saw the stock rise almost 12%. Wow. But for today, it's down by 0.2%. Wow. But you can just imagine that it shaved some of those losses. So why did it gain so much? It got its earnings this week, and Delta reinstated a profit outlook for the year and said travelers are coming back. So this prompted its stock to really just surge amid a fresh sense of confidence. We know that the consumer sector has been beaten down, and for a while, people weren't traveling, whether domestically or internationally. So the carrier expects an adjusted profit of $5.25 to $6.25. They also reported better than expected earnings. So that's really good. And Delta's projections sent its shares really just soaring. So travel in the U.S. is back, especially after President Donald Trump's tax cut and spending package and tariff discussion. So really exciting news. Do you have travel plans?
Not on an airplane.
Not an airplane.
Yeah, I do,
What's
but
the mode
not
of transportation?
All the travel I do on an airplane is for work, and we have a lot of travel.
You do
coming up. Yeah,
do.
we're going to be in California. We're going to be in Denver in a few months. We'll be in California again in a few months.
Wow.
Like, yeah, we go a lot of places, but no. Hard to fly with little kids.
Yes,
fair.
I can't even imagine.
You know what's interesting about the Delta news is that they were the first company to pull their guidance, the first airline company, or first airline to pull their guidance. So 3 months ago, what we'd be talking about is, well, there's so much uncertainty, And then this week we learned, travelers are coming back and there is some semblance of certainty, at least for now.
There is, and maybe with the tariffs too, we have the trade policy uncertainty of Bloomberg. We're tracking that. It's inch higher, although still not as high as the April level. And then we just pushed out a story saying that markets are complacent. That's one way to look at it. Or markets just don't care and they just really want to rip through. And
the CEO said that consumers are getting, quote, a little numb with the ongoing trade disputes. So it sounds like they're ready for us to wrap it up and go ahead and hop on a flight. That's what it sounds like.
Why not?
All right, so Delta on your radar this week. Also Moderna, a big mover.
Big mover, up 10.3%, so let's call that 11% this week. So U.S. regulators approved their COVID vaccine for children, although with a narrow group. This seems to be continuing from Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s controversial policy that restricts access to shots for some kids. So maybe this is helpful to know for parents. So the FDA gave full approval of the immunization for kids under 12 who are at risk from the disease. So since the pandemic, we know that doses of COVID shots from Moderna and Pfizer have been made available to kids in that age range, even those not at increased risk. But Kennedy, who we know is a longtime critic of COVID vaccines, had a power to revoke that access. But this is good news for Moderna and maybe most of the vaccine companies. I personally haven't gotten a booster recently. I just get whatever Bloomberg offers, which is a flu shot.
Do they even give us those anymore?
I think you can. Yeah, I think you can get a COVID shot too.
In Bloomberg?
I don't think so.
I'm too lazy. If it's not offered here, I don't do it.
Okay.
Well, we're looking at shares of Moderna.
We're not giving medical advice here.
Yeah, right. Definitely not.
Shares of Moderna are still down almost 20% this year, though. So it's interesting when you see it on the broader scale.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
PTC is also on your radar.
PTC is their third biggest gainer, up by almost 10%. So this is some kind of a merger going on, or maybe potentially.
Right?
Potentially is the important word. So Autodesk is weighing an acquisition of PTC, which is this rival engineering software provider. So Autodesk has been working with advisors to really just evaluate a cash and stock deal for PTC. So PTC is a big company. Maybe consumer-facing people may not know it, but it's a $23 billion worth market cap.
It's in the S&P 500.
Yes, and it's drawing interest from other industry players too, not just its rivals. So no final decision has been made. So the deal comes amid all of the steady consolidation in the industrial software space, where really everyone's just expecting increased demand because of AI, tech, maybe crypto. I don't know. Let's just stick with AI.
BI is saying that the deal would give Autodesk a 17% share in the company, which apparently is unlikely to bump up against some of those antitrust regulations that everyone's focused on.
But that's significant because the market is a $19 billion manufacturing software market, which again, most people probably wouldn't know.
Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee with this week's Stock Movers. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Well, let's take a look at how things ended up the day today. The Dow down by 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite down by 0.2%. The S&P 500 down by 0.3%. Though next week, though, it's all about financial earnings.
Earnings. And I'm super excited to hear what we're going to hear from these banks, especially as we think about the strong reports that we've gotten thus far. Whether or not that'll carry through, but I mean, we had Ann Maletti earlier today saying that it might be a little bit mixed, so we'll have to see.
Wells Fargo, we'll hear from them. We'll hear from Citi, BlackRock. We'll hear from BNY Mellon. That's all on Tuesday. JP Morgan Chase as well. We'll also hear from Bank of America on Wednesday. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs as well. Wow, we're getting a lot of earnings next week.
A slew of names next week.
Norma Linda, she is a Bloomberg News equities reporter. In for Carol Master this afternoon. I'm Tim Stenevik. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. Balance of Power starts right now.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
Tonight, President Trump takes aim at one of America's biggest trading partners.
We've been taken advantage of for many, many years by countries, both friend and foe. And frankly, the friends have been worse than the foes in many cases. Keep working. It's all going to work out.
Now threatening Canada with a new 35% tariff that would take effect next month, along with new tariffs against dozens of other countries. We're going to bring you inside the negotiations when we talk ahead to White House trade advisor Peter Navarro, who's also accusing Fed Chair Jay Powell of blocking President Trump's economic agenda.
And the president visits the disaster-torn region in Texas, where more than 170 people are still missing after catastrophic floods, with questions swirling around emergency preparedness and response. We'll discuss with former Texas Land Commissioner George P. Bush.
Plus, President Trump promising a major statement on Russia coming next week as Moscow continues attacks on Ukrainian civilians, and a major sanctions package standing by on Capitol Hill.
Sanctions have never changed Mr. Putin's approach to the battlefield, and that's the most important thing we need to do now.